handing artisan's tools and vehicle proficiency. Because that's kind of what we've become.
Essentially, yeah.
All right, make sure to have TikTok signed in so I can go ahead and see the live.
Welcome, one and all.
Hello, everyone.
Where's?
Oh, they're just winning.
Where's Spinner Roll?
They're not going to
Yeah,
make
we're
it
gonna-
tonight. They're safe. I know this is a weird one, but given your collection of the scale, Inheritor,
Party chat. Hello.
Inheritor.
Okay.
that would be survival, and then one of Arcana, History, or Religion proficiency, an extra language.
All right.
Haunted one. Or no, not haunted one. Is it haunted one I'm thinking?
All right. So, everybody ready?
Yeah.
Hello, one and all, and welcome once more to the weekly showing of the Legends of Phaeterra, Adventures of the Natural Ones. You will notice that a few of us are missing this evening. Unfortunately, two of our numbers, Beck and Jeff, Finreal and Grim, respectively, are a little bit under the weather. Thoughts, we sent out all of our good feelings and good vibes to them. Hopefully they are okay. Everyone is getting better. They will be here next week when, I believe, we will be being rejoined by the one, the only, Mr. Seth himself. Will be coming.
Are we?
How's he getting back?
Yeah, that's what I was
See,
thinking.
the thing was, he spent a lot of time in the Feywild, but somehow he ended up as a cabaret dancer back at the Silvery Barbs because of it.
He's just been walking back here the entire time. No, cannot wait to have Seth join us back, and you guys will be very interesting.
He
to
could be on the airship. That could be his way back if we need something. I figure you had something, but just in case.
I have magical mumble jumbo.
See, what it is he got back the same way Nathaniel would. Someone got angry at him and banished him.
Kicked him back.
Be gone.
Banishment.
So again, hopefully next week we'll have the entire, all 7 members of the Natural Ones will be back. Mr. Seth was part of a production of Beauty and the Beast, the musical, which I got to go and see last Thursday. It was an amazing show. He did so great. He did several of the like he was the bartender, and then he would play as
several of like the chorus characters. But then he was
the asylum keeper.
Thank you. Which I can never remember that guy's name.
I can't either. That's it.
Yeah,
great job. The big number of BR guests was everything you hope it was. And our dear Mr. Seth was dressed up as a cheese grater, to which I, of course, had to say, Seth, they could have chosen no greater role for you. Please don't leave us. Okay, so with that, a few announcements before we jump in for the evening.
I can't
As always,
believe you missed the opportunity.
What?
Have you been working out, Seth? You look shredded.
Oh, that's why I can't compete on dad jokes versus an actual dad.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody. So quick announcements. As always, we are coming to you live from the Hive in Macomb, Mississippi. The amazing hobby shop here with the runnable role play room you see around me. The various miniatures and such. They also have another one in the back. If you don't want to rent it, there's plenty of free table space here. Just a great community. They do Pokemon, Magic the Gathering, Digimon. They're getting into Vanguard, D&D, other tabletop games. Just a great and wonderful place. Have some technical difficulties with the blind. Yeah, be very
careful if you're doing this way, because I do feel like it might be a little busted.
So thank you to the Hive for letting us, put up with our lunacy and show these games via the power of the internet. Up next, thank you very much to Pocket Bard, the amazing individuals who provide many of the musical accompaniment. Great app, great people. They have a Discord I'm glad I'm a part of. Any sort of terrain, any sort of ambiance you want, they have music for it, and it's really all amazing, great quality. You can add in various sound effects. So Pocket Bard, Go check them out. Add them to your role playing session. It adds that much more of a level to it. Thank you so much for Pocket Bard for this amazing app that you guys have. What's it called? Where we own the internet? And the podcast. That's it. Forgot that word.
Look, it happens at the worst of times with the simplest of words.
That's fair. The latest episode of Playing with Advantage was rolled out this past Friday, in which we described the 3 pillars of role-playing game: exploration, social interaction, and combat. This episode we record today will be we talked about balancing encounters, not just combat, but role-play encounters, exploration, lore dump encounters. Any point in which information or interaction is there between the player and the game. Now, unfortunately, we did not have the amazing Night Rain with us for this episode, as she is currently at a convention in Arkansas, I believe, at Fort Con, having a great time there. Apparently, to quote her, there's just like all the art goblin energy. It's great. She's like grabbing people by the ankles. We don't know why. It's Night Rain. We love her.
Look, I give that cosplay she put up on the Discord about a 6 out of 10. Tables have legs, not hands.
That's fair. So yeah, cannot wait to have her back and to have her back on the podcast. The fourth member and the final member of our adventuring party. So yeah, thank you, Night Rain. You can check out Playing with Advantage wherever your local you partake in your podcast. I know we're on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, iTunes. I don't know if we're on iHeartRadio yet, but the audio podcast form of this episode of Legends of Phaeterra will be up this Wednesday, I believe, because the amazing Chaos Media, Lone Star Dice, a wonderful individual, a very creative individual, thank you for making that possible, and just folks, that's the main thing. This community that we're part of, it's all about we want to help each other. I love that. Just want to reach out and make each other better. And so without these wonderful people that I just lucky enough to come to contact with, none of this would have happened. I would still be some weird dude at my apartment, trying to get a couple of friends to come play D&D. And now, look, these bozos
You're some weird dude on the internet for everybody to watch us play D&D.
Yeah. So, with that, I don't think I've missed anything.
The only question I have is how many times should we knock on wood for all the things you just mentioned?
Don't ask questions.
Don't ask questions. I don't know if he is going to follow suit, but normally on Tuesday evenings, Jeff Beck Grimm, even though he's not feeling very well, does a universe canon playthrough of the Mass Effect trilogy. I know right now he's on Mass Effect 2. Loved watching him. They had some internet issues around his house, caused him to stop early. But check him out on YouTube at Jeff Beck. You can watch his old videos. Very insightful, great conversation. Me trying to pick at him about spoiling things when I shouldn't be spoiling them. So yeah, go check out Jeff on YouTube. He would be some weird dude in the van offering candy to play D&D. You know about the van.
Nope.
It's a work truck.
Plead the fifth. Don't say anything.
I plead the fifth. All right. So, with that, I'm going to go ahead. For those of you joining us on TikTok, we're also live on Twitch and YouTube again. We're going to take a break around 8 o'clock, use the bathroom, get back to eat. We'll take that time to answer questions you may have for us. But until then, I'm going to go ahead and disengage the TikTok from my side. We're going to do tonight a very quick round of introductions. Before we jump back into the game, and it's the last episode, or last session, and it's world and reality shaping events. Eh, Ricard? So, with that, we will start on that end of the table. Kick us off, Montel.
I'm Michael. I'm playing Nathaniel Lisan, the human warlock rogue, formerly known as Montel.
I am Ben, playing Rikara Karis, the Gem Dragonborn Paladin of Hope.
I am Derek. I am playing Sondra Nalo, our Drow cleric rogue of the Death God Normancar.
I am Ricky. I am still playing Finnegan. Still playing Finnegan Tenderfoot. Still a halfling. Still a wizard. Still a rogue.
And I am Kenneth, aka the Southern GM. I am the game master, teller of tales, writer of the story. And speaking of that, there was actually a game I played in where somebody was a former halfling.
I know which game you're talking about.
Former half.
It was a former halfling exotic dancer turned barbarian.
What is it? Brother, like in a can or something?
Yeah, no, it was in a necklace. Yeah.
That's what it was.
So with that, we're going to jump now back in time a little bit. So we bring up some music here. Roll back to rock. When last we left our heroes, they still once more found themselves within, I've been saying it wrong, Fort Corvost, not Korvost. Fort Corvost. The ancient fort complex in the northern part of Kralot. Once under assault by an incursion of orc raiding parties that the natural ones quickly and enthusiastically put down. As the party gathered to discuss their findings on various aspects, Mr. Finnegan, using an ancient tome from the Brotherhood of Shadow and Scale, this book bound in dragonborn skin, within its pages finding many just vile and archaic and evil rituals and magical workings. The first thing you did was show Ricard, here, look at this. No,
Just about.
gathering up, discussing what you saw in here, able to glean some very interesting information from it, learning about a sort of mix between the draconic and the dragonborn form, this almost sort of half-dragon form that many of those who undertook it either died or were basically their minds and bodies bound in some sort of magical servitude. After a discussion, Rakara leading Sorndrin back down into the shrine underneath the central spire to the sepulcher, to the sarcophagus where Corvos Kralot was buried. A golden yellow canary appearing to have found his way, almost as if in an answer to some questions Rakara had asked and posed earlier on in this very shrine. The canary taken the form of this, at first, golden dragonborn. Then the scales kind of like changing and lightening to a platinum color. In which it was finally, I'm sorry, Ricard, you don't understand me and Derek talk about this. I've been trying to push you down the path because I love how much you were talking about like your whole like crisis of faith with the gods and that kind of stuff. And finally just to have the conversation of we need you as much as you need us.
And a god doesn't choose a person chooses a god.
So by the way, point of inspiration for all that amazing role play. Ziamora Karjan, the former member of the Emerald Storm, soldier of Kralot, no more, as history and now as reality will remember that he did in fact die in defense of his country. Now stands Rakara Karis, paladin of the Oath of Hope, a sort of reskinning of the Oath of Devotion, I believe, correct?
Redemption,
thank you. Though now you actually have me, I'm working on sort of an Oath of Hope type thing.
To go alongside the Oath of Memories.
Oath of Memory, yeah. Or Oath of Remembrance, yeah. By the way, folks, to all the new DMs, half the fun is homebrewing stuff. And when you got a bunch of people who can't help but say yes or you can't say no when you ask them to homebrew stuff. So it's great. But yeah, the Rakara feeling the divine lineage of your own draconic blood, unlocking this ability, this new power within you. Even awakening your, up until now, almost familiar level of pet, Rin. now literally a fully awakened pseudo dragon. Actually, her own scale is now changing to this sort of like dull platinum color. To which when the I'm trying to remember. Did you? He made a miniature for me.
Made a new one.
That's great. When the creature that Finriel had captured out at the Union Grove was sent back, this sort of amalgamated spliced creature, a half like rodent mammalian creature mixed with what looked to be maybe an imp or some sort of abyssal creature. It was very clear that Ren wanted to tear this thing apart. Some questions were posed that this creature, basically terrified for its life, was all too happy to answer. Montel, our old friend Nathaniel here, kind of quipping at one point about making this his new familiar. But the commander, Nira Sazak, the white dragonborn commander over Fort Corvos, taking the creature back with her. We ended very much like the scene from Lord of the Rings: The Two Towers, where with a horn blast, an army of Ilthalas, members of the Arboreal Guard, the Grey Wardens, and the Wolvir Riders of the Grey Wardens, marching toward the open gates of Fort Corvus Crelat. I believe it was Finnegan, Grimm, and who else was standing out there as well?
I was on a tower.
You
and
were
saw
on a
the
tower,
commander.
that's what
And
it
I
was.
was
Yeah.
staring out a window.
So, we will pick back up not long after this as the army is now marching into the fort. I'm going to say that Grimm and Finriel, having now spent several days apart from each other, maybe a couple of days waiting for the setting up the base, waiting for the army to arrive. The two of them have sort of moved off into the shadows just to, again, enjoy each other's company, nothing too strenuous. They're going to go see a new show called Tabaxis.
Don't you mean an old show called
Oh, yeah,
Tabaxis?
they're going to see a new show called Tabaxis.
It's a traveling show.
Traveling show.
It just popped
So, with that, as we now jump back in, as I need to get names again. So, all of you clearly hear and feel the marching of boots as these new allies begin to arrive. Okay. What are y'all doing as you literally step outside to see the forces of Ilthalas standing before you?
Thought you said a few.
Who are you saying that to?
Basics to Fenrir. Thought you said a few.
He just kind of looks at you for a moment, just kind of shrugs. I mean, there's still over half left on the island.
This works.
It does work. It does change our. It does change our ability to affect things.
Mm-hmm. Are they the main commanders heading toward a certain place, or are they just standing around?
Well, right now you watch as the three who were they're kind of leading the pack behind, leading the army behind Finriel. Let me finish trying to get all these
I
names.
say army. Yeah, no, army.
Yeah,
It's a small army.
It's a small army.
200 at least.
200 able-bodied elves
Plus their mounts.
and mounts, which
So essentially, you have 260 individuals. Each, to make this easy, break it into thirds. A third of it are the Arboreal Guard. A third of it are the Green Wardens. And another third of it are the Wolvir Riders.
All right.
Question.
Yes.
Crater City.
Yes.
City
in a crater.
inside of a crater.
Correct. There is a mountain range that rings it that is very steep, sheer cliffs in some space, and there are several like various watchtowers, including 2 large watchtowers that sit on the main entrances into the crater itself.
The main entrance being where the fort is, or somewhere else.
The main entrances are on either side. One leading out toward the bay where an old dock city still sits, and the other leading into the mountain ranges, which is on the map there.
So the main entrance isn't near us.
Correct.
So,
Yeah. So as you're all standing there, you see Grim kind of run up, grabbing Finreal, picking him up, swinging him around. Just kind of realizing what he is, just kind of looks around, and goes like, still holding his elven partner up in the air, like, we need to discuss battle tactics. Excuse me, and he just kind of like runs off with Finreal.
still holding them.
Still holding him up, yeah. So you turn to see like Finreal leaned over, bends back, just like shoulder waving at you. So as they rush off, you hear the sounds of movement approaching the 4 of you. You turn to see a elven warrior, male as he is, dismounting now a large, kind of whitish gray wolf. This thing easily the size of like a draft horse at the shoulder. You see Fiala, Finreal's brother. Finreal's sister. And then one that kind of that you're taken aback by as removing the helmet is Thalen Alaroth, the former king of Ilthalas, and now the one of the advisors and apparently commander of the legions of the Arboreal Guards, or the Arboreal Army. The 3 of them kind of like stepping to the 4 of you just with a small nod. You see Fiala just kind of look off after Grim and Finreal kind of rushing off. Goes, well, they don't waste much time, do they?
No.
We don't have time to waste.
That is very fair.
Would you mind if we go with join us with the Draconian, the Dragonborn commanders, and we can discuss.
She nods as Thalen steps up. That is actually what our intention. If you would lead us to, I believe, Commander Nira Sazek is the one we're to speak
and
with.
Sub-Commander Torin Karishan.
Very well. Sub-Commander Torin. Our men will begin to break camp. We'll camp just outside the main wall.
Understandable.
As it's a little bit too cramped for us, yes. But please, if you'll lead us to Commander Nira.
And will the main commander's quarters, or wherever the officers are?
We'll stay with our troops.
No.
This is
us.
for meeting.
The meeting.
Yes,
The
yes,
meeting,
yes. Very well. So let me ask this question. Who is going to go meet with essentially the war triumvirate, like better term, from Ilthalas, and where is everyone else going?
I think I'm going to be part of the meeting with him because of stuff that's been discussed outside here.
All right.
You need to come with too.
Okay.
I'm getting volunteered.
Okay.
Because
Good.
technically you're the head of one of our...
Yeah.
You're the head of research right now.
Yeah,
As
I was
weird
gonna
as
go
that
do more
sounds.
research.
Finnegan, you're losing your touch.
What?
Nathaniel's had to take over as head of research.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I'm doing chaos research. There's a difference.
Oh my God, he's Malcolm.
You want to come with Finnegan, or
Yeah, I guess.
do some more studying?
Okay.
We won't dissuade you from any studying that you want to do.
So, as you are walking with the 3 of them, Fiala is regaling you with what happened at Caracas, the initial incursion, which you, Rikara, are very disturbed to hear that it was a skyship that brought the Draconians there to begin with. The moment where a almost shifting of magic and the skyship fell out of the sky, correlating with what you know to when you felt the various the power and you felt the weir stones fail. right at the time where Kieran went down. Finnegan tried to resuscitate him, and then he disappeared. To Stormfront going, "What did you do?"
So it was just talking to her. It was just draconians that came off the sky ship.
Yes, there were more than you would think capable of fitting inside of that, and were Natural Lady Hope returning with Commander Serenthel and other militant members of Ilthalas, Kerakes would have fallen. Serenthel kind of, as he's walking, looks over. Look, I'll be honest, when a Grand Dryad appears in the middle of your Warden Hall and tells you that Draconian, an ancient race of people, are attacking, you kind of just go with what they say. I mean, you can't, it's...
I want to ask a clarifying question from what you put in last week, which was basically your discussion with your special fireside that went with Finneran.
Yeah.
Am I correct to understand that was basically the ghosts, like the ghost scene from Lord of the Rings attacking the ship?
No. So
Okay, because that was the way it read to me.
Okay,
That's
so,
what I wanted to clarify.
And I'll for those who are in. What happened was when the ley line shifted, the weir stones fell, and the ship crashed, and just hundreds of Draconians poured off of this. They begin to overwhelm Kerakes. Well, Lady Hope had already teleported away to try to find more help. What she was able to do is using the power and the latent memories of the souls that were within the Tree of Memory.
Okay.
Essentially use their power to do one massive teleport via plants that opened up and sustained long enough to move a decent sized force, a battalion through.
Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure of.
Yes.
That's
We both had the same
we
understanding.
saw the ghosts being the ones doing this,
Yeah.
not a battalion coming through from a ghost fuel.
No.
Yeah.
portal. Okay. That just wanted clarification.
Yeah.
Thank you for that heads up.
Basically a Infinity War or in game
On your
Avengers
left.
moment. Yeah, on your left.
Gotcha.
Yeah. It's also that energy is what transformed Aldebar
Aldebar
into
into
his current form. After kind of regaling everything, Thalen also goes, we were literally in the middle of a meeting of court discussing what was happening when from the center a dryad appeared and just issued orders, and he kind of smiles. I'll be honest, me and Lord Noranel, a little bit taken aback. It was Her Majesty was the one that told us, kind of chuckles, we're going to help the nice shiny lady. She just kind of laughs. She may be young, but there is a good head on her shoulders. Our kingdom, our island is in good hands.
It sounds like she's had good teachers.
She has had teachers who have shown her the folly of hubris, of believing oneself to be the best thing for the island. Kind of looks up, just sees these massive spires. You Dragonborn don't do anything small, do you?
Dragons aren't small, so no.
Good enough. Della just kind of, she looks to you and goes, something different about you, Ricardo. You don't look... It's odd. You look the same, but then you don't.
There's been a slight change.
We got a new belt.
It didn't work
It's a nice belt.
Oh.
So I'm not the only one who sees it. Thank God.
No, you're still seeing random things that none of us understand or see either. But this thing actually makes sense. For
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Is for once it's not just I'm seeing things.
As you're now walking into the main, where the officers' quarters and the offices are, Phelan kind of pats a large pack on the side. I am here also in the capacity of emissary to renew the old alliances and offer whatever help we can. It was determined that of the roughly 500 soldiers that had gathered at Caracas, when the pathway opened, we would get as many as we could through. The remaining soldiers would journey across the straits between Ilfdalas and the southern coast of Caracas and move upward from there, not as an invading force, but as a liberating force. We were given, and I issued specific orders to make sure that no unnecessary harm befall property or person. Made it clear that we are here for one reason, that is to liberate a nation that has long since been our friends, and we may need to revalidate that friendship.
That's good.
You hear Seraphel, the Wolverine commander, just kind of chuckle, goes, "I'm just glad we finally get to go to actual war and not just patrol a bunch of forest and mountains for once."
You should be very happy then.
So you just kind of see us, and like as I described last time, these he is wearing the traditional colors of the Green Wardens, but whereas most Wardens wear leather armor, at the most you might see a half plate. No, he is walking full plate, you would. You're kind of wondering if he maybe studied combat under the dwarves.
Oh, little tank.
Paul little tank. Yeah, it is a lighter form of plate because it's not the mask, but it's still full armor. These are warriors above first and foremost. So with that, as the party enters into the officers' tower.
Two things.
Yes.
I want to send a telepathic message to the former king. Ben doesn't.
Thalen Alaroth.
Ask him what of the former Dragonborn ambassador. Is he still okay?
That's still there. Yeah.
That
was the Black Dragonborn
yes.
that we thought was evil.
Yes, let me remember.
Turns out his daughter is just a freak.
He's still there. I just gotta get his name pulled up here again.
I have it written down somewhere.
There's been a lot of people we thought were evil. And it just turns out someone else is a brick.
Terran. I have Dragon's Pride as the ship.
Well, y'all didn't think I was evil.
We're still we're still
Jury's still out.
wondering about that sometimes.
Chaos, yes. Evil,
You have Terran, Ricky?
Terran?
Terran? I have
I
Terran.
don't see it.
Okay.
I wrote it down. I know I wrote it down.
See, the funny part about all of
I'm
this...
not worried so much as
Yeah,
name. It's
but
just
I'll get the name of it. He is in fact, yes, he is still on Ilthalas and is, while being kept under guard, he is not a prisoner.
Okay.
See, the funny part about all of this is I don't think I ever met this person.
I don't think so. No, you weren't on the ship.
No, yeah, you.
Me and the halflings.
Yeah, you and the halflings.
No, everybody met him.
That's right.
Because we dealt with the
Met him briefly.
the Hydra Dragon thing, and me
Yeah,
and Grim
right,
both
yeah.
heard Draconic. We didn't understand except for the one word Tiamat.
Yeah.
We were both like,
Suspicious.
Superstition. Superstition saves lives and kills people.
The
Graphics.
Graphics.
Graphics, yeah. The Elvish gentleman that's commander of the Wolven Riders, is that right?
Serentha.
Yeah, Sarenthel. Would I be able to gauge his age and experience by looking at him?
Roll me an insight check.
It's an 8.
All those sound effects.
he was 8 years old.
Aside from this is I guess a well-aged elf is he is.
There's your problem. You used to halfling ages.
Yeah,
Elf ages are kind of out there for you.
if he may be just now passing middle age in elf years, elven lifespan.
So 253-ish, maybe creeping into 4.
Yeah.
So I want to hold the door open for everybody to go inside, and then General Divinity use. I done lost it. Emissary piece. For the next 10 minutes.
What does it do?
I get +5 bonus to charisma checks or persuasion checks for the next 10 minutes.
Okay. So as you all step into Commander Sazak's office, you do notice that your cousin Torin, I'm sorry, well I guess it still be technically your cousin, is not present. She is staring out of an open window where you see in the distance. It's almost like they almost look like a kind of yurt, kind of like that large tent structure being raised for the various members of the Elven army. She's just kind of staring, looking off before turning back, and in Elvish that you can tell she has not used in a long time. To those of you that speak Elvish, she just kind of bows and says, "May your paths be ever covered in shade." As the three of them just kind of like raise an eyebrow, just kind of smiling as you watch as Theala returns in Draconic. As
close.
Theala in Draconic replies with, "We thank you for the honor you bestow upon us." Before Sazak just kind of smiles for going, "And that's pretty much the limit of my Elvish that I know." The three of them just kind of chuckle. She steps forward and goes, I'll be honest, I'm unsure as to what I'm doing. Am I turning over the fort to you?" To which they launch, No. Please, Commander, you've misread the intention. Our alliances, our concerns are with the Dragonborn Empire, with the Dragonborns. These Draconians who may have taken control of your government, we do not recognize them. That is an ancient enemy that even for our time spans has no authority or sway. As Thalen begins to kind of pull out papers and sits down, she says, "These are to reaffirm alliances with any ranked member of the Kralatin Primarchy that may still be alive. I was sent here not only to lead the the Arboreal Guards for our forces, but also to ensure that there is political friendship between Ilthalas and Kralat, so that if certain measures had to be taken, we could pull the full force of our alliances out of reserve and come and assist you." She's just kind of looking out. I counted over 200 when you were approaching. You see as they turn to Theala, she goes, "I believe the full tally was 265. Counting the three of us, 68 soldiers. We did manage to pull several carts of supplies through as well. We do have several hundred pounds of rations. I do not know what the state of your supplies are, Commander, but should you and your soldiers need food or drink or any sort of replenishment of that, we can offer." To which he goes, "Thankfully, we were well stocked, having never had to actually sit through a siege before now. So the stores will maintain us for some time. Our main issue is," as she kind of points to the south, "is the Crater City and dealing with the orc raiding party that currently sits within it. As you see, she kind of reads a piece of paper as we now have a full count of how many of the orcish invaders are within those walls." She looks at the numbers. All told, there are approximately 387 orcs
A lot less than we were thinking.
This is going to be easier than I expected.
That's the thing, though. The orcs that are there, these are all scale-blooded. They are apparently gearing for a fight.
Then that makes all the plans I would have much easier.
Also, they're gearing for a fight against, and he's looking at her, but at the same time, like they're gearing for a fight with dragonborns. And just kind of hand slowly moves across in front of the 3 elves sitting there.
I would not be forced to think that the arrival of a battalion strength of elven warriors did not go unnoticed by the orcs to the south.
Yeah, I was thinking this.
They would at least be ready to combat elves. Even though, as far as I know, she turns and looks at 3 of them. With at least within the recent histories, there have been no skirmishes between the orcs and the elves have there. We get the occasional boat that gets lost in the Clismic Sea, but by the time they reach our shores, they're in no position to fight.
Also, from most of my understanding with combat with orcs, their preparation is hit it hard. If it doesn't work, hit it harder. Tactics is not their strong suit. And with that, I believe we have the upper hand.
Let me jump in and say I would agree with you, but these orcs are not acting as typical orcs. They've come in and not raided. They've come in and settled down. So we may be facing a different kind of tactics.
The elves kind of nod. Thalen speaks. We were speaking with Finreed on the way back, and he had mentioned that these orcs are apparently holding a city.
Yes.
This is something that I don't think has ever been, especially in the modern age, that an orc raiding party captures and holds a city. They usually go in, raid, take whatever is useful, weapons, some arcane items, anything that they can use, and then flee before a full measure can be rallied against them. The fact that these orcs are not only sitting in, but holding and maintaining a fortified structure, I would agree with you, Makara, that there is something different going on here.
It perhaps maybe the fact that they knew there wouldn't be a full force brought against them.
That would entail that they were in some way in league with the Draconians.
I've been considering that from the beginning. We had Shadow Dragonborn with them. That already shows a odd connection that you would not expect with the group that is here.
Finnegan, can you cast the spell to show them one of the deep dragonborn to see if our elven friends have seen one on their island?
Roll me an Arcana check. Just straight Arcana, add proficiency.
I thought he saw one.
I mean, you talking about me?
Yeah, you.
Yeah, Monocron isn't.
Yeah,
Efficiency's included in Monocron,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah.
30.
This was mainly trying to how detail, like trying to.
Oh, yeah.
You can
This
see
is
the individual
Sistine Chapel
scale
shit,
Right, yeah,
lines.
you Finnegan, you step back and just raise your hand, and for a moment, it's like it's just this width and the
We're in the
illusion.
Avengers office.
Yeah, then you just basically it solidifies. Like this thing is standing there, full 3D aspect. You know, colors, purple wisps coming off its head. Like occasionally, like you see it move and sort of look around. Like you are full on VR right now. This.
Sure.
Why didn't you ever do it like that?
I'm not talking to
I'm not talking to you
Um,
right now.
Finnegan also has a question.
All right.
There are mines underneath Crater City, correct?
Yes, I have a map of them, although they are abandoned already.
The mines used to hold. What was it? The Weirstone. The Weirstone was mined out.
Originally, these were some of the first Weirstone mines.
And then now it's just regular metal.
Regular metals, ores. There are some that are just not. Well, any of those are not used at all. Anything within Crack City. Most of now the mining happens in the mountain range to the west, and just the processing plants in the Crack City are what are used.
Oh, so it's a processing plant.
Yeah, but they
not,
would
not,
pro-
not
they
a
would
mining place anymore.
not anymore
No,
because
but they never filled the tunnels.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The structure was already there.
What if the entire purpose of them taking the city and holding the city was to get to the mines?
Where
The orcs get to the mines.
where do
No.
the mines lead besides under
Balrog Mining Company.
They're already here. They were in the south.
They were in the south, but why else would orcs or draconians working for orcs want a city that
Wait a second.
otherwise
There is a thought that I think I'm starting to understand where you're coming to. Perhaps there is a voidstone area underneath the city that they are going for now?
I believe that could be the case.
I
I believe it's
mean,
much too coincidental.
Roll me a history check with proficiency.
So here's my thought while he's rolling. Did we say that there are mine tunnels under the Gem Dragonborn city as well? The one to the southeast?
Zornosh? Yeah, that is where most of the current Weirstones have
The
been.
question is, do the mines from here connect to the mines there?
unlikely. Just from distance alone?
Not likely, but not
22.
unheard of.
Your DC was 20. Rakara, as all this is happening, you think back to that vision. The vision of Corvos Kralat working in a massive underground cavern where something slammed through it.
Mm-hmm.
That cavern was too big to be underneath the Iron Crater, the Crater City. So it stands to reason that he was somewhere else mining when that initial thing hit. But what the first thing that pops in, but what brings it to your mind, what the thought is that Savior, Hope's Return Comet, the one that slammed down, literally is the physical form, the physical remnants of a god that broke through the celestial gate.
Mm-hmm.
You don't pass through barriers, magical, arcane, divine, of any nature, without leaving certain remnants of it on yourself. That means that when he first hit, whatever form that barrier had encased around him, part of it would have hit into where he landed.
Mm.
The crater is where the comet first hit and then bounced
Mm-hmm.
before slamming into the mountain ranges. It could be that if they are holding that and looking for, they could be looking for this celestial essence.
And let's be honest, the platinum star, when it fell, hit and cracked. If that's where it bounced, there's a good chance that something cracked off and left there as well.
Okay.
That was the metagame pitch
Yeah.
I ever did. Cuckoo.
I'll wait to share that. I'm kind of waiting to see if elves people recognize the deep dragonborn.
No recognition from Theala. She probably is the youngest elf here. Serenthel is just staring at him, just Thalen, though. You see his eyes as he just kind of there's a look of recognition. As the former monarch of Ilthalas, there were certain books and knowledges that I was privy to. Approximately 1,500 years ago, a ship containing, they swore they were refugees, peoples who were displaced from the rebellion against the Dracan Empire and the Chromatic Emperors. They landed on a northern shoreline of Ilthalas and were picked up by a patrol vessel. They killed over half of the crew before they were able to put down. The captain's journal said they could weave the shadows like they were living things. This term, shadowborn, is very appropriate to the words that was given to them. From what I understand by the captain, it took everything of their men, for normal weapons could not hurt them. Some magics that were, a few of them who were magically gifted were unable to touch them. They appeared almost to just deflect the magic with their very hands. It was only when the captain had an ironwood blade that was tipped in silver, was the only thing that seemed to have any sort of effect against them. And even then, it nearly killed him to put those. There were 4 of them. Put the 4 of them down. Of a crew of over 30, I believe the final count that my recollection has in the ship's log were 4 survived, 2 of which later died of their wounds.
That's fascinating. So none of any of the troops recently during the battles saw a creature like this?
No, they were not present in Garikes when the Draconians landed, and from what little tactics were being used there, I think that was mainly more to destroy, to cause as much damage and inflict as much collateral destruction as possible. There were very little actual means of tactics, more of the orc mentality of hit it on all sides. And honestly, that is what allowed us such a victory over those numbers.
I'll quickly go through the battle we had with the deep dragons, the 5 of them, and I think we used like radiant damage.
You use radiant damage and a lot of fire.
And a lot of, they think the radiant damage helped the most.
Yeah.
And I'll describe that so we can move on.
The fact that each squad or battalion of orcs seemed to have one sort of leading it, acting as a
Mind control.
mind control, that makes a lot of sense. Radiant and Silver are similar in the fact that they are both holy in aspects of nature. So perhaps that there is some sort of corrupted element or undead element to these things
Very.
that would allow the effect of Radiant or Silver weapons.
Yes. We're quite aware.
Yep. Just stone faced. Yep.
So, back to the mining question. I'm sorry, I interrupted all that. But, I'll ask Sazek if she knows of Vorog Mining Company. Has she ever heard of it?
I was at the city a few months ago, right around the time where the Draconians were first beginning to make inroads politically. I remember the town magistrate had a meeting set with a representative from, I believe this Valrog Mining, to which at this point you hear the Elven War Council kind of begin whispering themselves at the word of Valrog Mining.
Is it VAL?
VALROG, Valrog.
And apparently they had this meeting that you know of, or you don't know? You just know that they had a meeting set?
It was just a meeting set, and then I was sent back here I don't know if it ever took place or what happened. There was supposed to be someone was either on his way or had arrived in the city recently, and there would be a meeting with the magistrate. That's all I was able to. All I remember.
That's fine. That's fine. Okay.
What languages does everyone speak? Let's ask this easier.
Who speaks X?
Who speaks Undercommon?
He does.
Okay,
I thought Ricky does.
Yes, I do.
you do. Okay.
Ood.
You guys have heard this word over and over enough. And at first, it was one of the things where, Valrog, maybe it's the name of something or some conglomerate. But it's kind of been pestering you for a while now. And mainly because it wasn't at the forefront of your mind until recently. Valrog is it either sounds like or it's a transliteration of an undercommon word, meaning to pilfer, to abscond.
And that's gonna be the
Yeah, we're just like,
both of us just.
Y'all have to look at as if this is the reaction of me having a good idea. What is it?
The name of the mining company is Steel Shit Mining Company.
Ah,
Translation, roughly.
That tracks. I'll pull out. This is the truck I didn't wear. I forgot to put on. I'll pull out the pendant and briefly go over what I know about the Hope's Comet crashing and then leaving the celestial remnants behind, possibly.
The three of them kind of a little bit. It's hard to believe that a god could be forgotten, but
When you give all, you give all.
that is very true. See, as Thalen, this Valrog Mining was the same company that sought rights for the island off the coast of the Lost.
what was the name of that island?
Oh God.
it was like Lighthouse Island or something.
No, it had a
It had
lighthouse.
yeah.
That was kind of we're making connections because of lighthouses
Where
with this
is
mining company for some reason.
Crassus? What is Crassus?
Crassus was the name of the wizard who built the Spire of Crassus. I think it was just the island was named Crassus Spire for his tower.
Okay. Okay, so I've got it up here. Because this is from the Ledger of the Knight's Prowler.
Yes.
Yep. Okay.
Every month from Port Blaven to Gorthal like clockwork. Then 2 days ago left to Ilthalos. Crassus is the port.
Yeah, Crassus. The Spire of Crassus was the name of the tower, the Magus Tower that he built there, and the island was just known as Crassus Spire.
Is that the island that?
Yes, that was the one that they were
referring
trying
to?
to. Yeah.
Okay. So
Trying to
I'll relay that information. I totally forgot that I put notes in actual
Nice.
D&D Beyond.
Good job.
Where's Porthol?
Point of inspiration. Gorthal. Gorthal is the little island city. Well, it's the island where the city sits on that has the surrounding mountain range. The one that they had to traverse to get to the city.
I thought that was a different name.
Galathir is the city. Gorthal is the island.
Oh.
So I don't think I put the island name on the map I gave you.
And then there's the Broken Tusk Islands.
Yeah, which we've already
that were
gone
on
there
that
for
route
a
as well.
split moment to fuck shit
Yeah.
up.
So the island of Galathir, that little island there is called Gorthal.
That's
So-
where the kids came from.
Yeah.
So if I'm understanding,
Or was it where they
Correct.
were going? Okay, hold on.
Okay.
if
You
I'm
just-
understanding correctly,
You go ahead.
Vault Rock Mining is either going to be after Void Zones, which is a possibility to have shown up here because they form after a long time, or possibly it is whatever divine energy or primordial energy has locked the gods behind the gate that they may be after. Is that the two camps we are currently looking at? Or is there a third one? I do not know.
Do we know what the Divine Gate is made of?
That's not what I'm thinking of, because I just remembered we had a full discussion on how Sandrin actually knows the full, like, proper creation. And I just had a terrible thought. And I guess I'm going to back out and ask Moffat.
Yes.
Would it be far-fetched to believe that where we're finding these large centers of voidstone are the areas where the gods stepped through the void? Oh, shit.
When the gods left the world, the celestial gate is a similar, to kind of answer both questions, is a similar design to the magic that existed in the void.
Mm-hmm.
A barrier magic that takes a lot of power to break through. For lack of a better term, yes, these collections of void stones are located in spots where pure void for a moment touched the prime plane. And then over time, that energy coalesced into a physical crystal.
Because of there is no perfect seal, so there will always be a minor leak. All right.
So
that's not going to be
By the way, roll me an insight check.
So the two camps could theoretically just be one camp.
Let's see what his insight is on this one.
I'm going to burn an inspiration for that.
Okay.
Just because.
Do we have a map of the world in this room?
Yes, there is a full map of the world in well, let me phrase it. The world of Fateria is set into two distinct halves.
Yep.
The front half, this is where you have the Shattered Continent, you have the Archipelago, you have Corsia, you've got Marat, you have the Octarian. I'm sorry, you have the Lemurian Expanse. On the back side is the two oceans are so vast that there's very little ever. Like it takes fully a month and a half just to go from the eastern edge of Felmont in the Shattered Isle to the nearest point on the other side of the world. But on this hemisphere or this half, yes, there is a full-size map showing the locations.
I want to go and grab a bunch of pins
Okay.
and start
Here's your yarn.
pointing and pinpointing all of the locations that we found the void stones.
Okay.
All of the major cities that we have visited, all of where I think it was on Broken Tusk Isle where we went, where we first met the Arcanist.
Okay.
The place where I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. That Lady Yeleva is currently where she had sent me those.
I just literally saw this on this.
And we were just
Island.
talking about it last week.
The Levashan Isles, the
Okay.
city of Gilligal. Yeah.
There we go. All right, that and any
the
place,
Necromonian Sea.
any place that we have known Valrog mining to be.
Okay.
And I'm going to just.
Yeah. I'm not make you roll. Points where, as you're kind of looking over this, first thing you notice is that where a selection of voidstone is, where a city in Port like one of the cities of Wildweir, any main city, there are points in this world where ley lines naturally separate, cross, and connect. Any of these points are traffics of magic, and this is where cities will spring up. These are where magical things will happen. And a lot of these points are where the void stone coalesce. It's not because they haven't tried, but every mention of Valrog mining, yes, has been on a point of magical importance. I will say that. That's the easiest way to describe it. What did you roll, sir?
You.
What you got?
He wants to cut.
Oh! You tell him everything.
Natural 20. You're right. There is no perfect seal. That's why, even to this day, divine interventions, divine favor, divine energies can still move across the celestial gate, even if the gods themselves cannot physically. But Sornder, the thing that gives you pause, the gods shut a seal once before.
Here comes the second question. Has there been, I'm looking over the map over his shoulder. And if this is too much meta from stuff we've discussed, am I seeing a point where every library is? Every major library.
Yes. Every major library, in Wildweir, every major city sits on a connecting point of at least 3 of the ley lines. They also have arcane academies. There are one of the larger points before it breaks off into Stornacor is in Iron Haven, where the Lexicon Sophie sits. Another one that is massive is where the Tree of Tales sits, any sort of knowledge point. But the point that gives you the most pause is at the beginning, the gods set another.
I know, Moffat, that's why I asked about the libraries. Because that's something you and I have discussed before I joined, remember? Yeah.
The gods set a seal. And as you said, not all seals are perfect. So the act that sealed the void is not perfect. Meaning that there may come a time, or it may now be weakening.
But there's another seal.
There are several seals in this world.
I know that. I don't like it.
This world is held together with wax, hopes, and prayers.
No, it's spit, bubble gum, and duct tape.
Yeah, wax, hopes, and prayers.
But yes. Every point where you have encountered Valrock mining is a point of massive magical importance, of arcane importance in this world. Even to the north, the mountain range where the children were first being sent to mine for something. As Grim, he's not here to talk about that. That was one of the main fortresses of the Enseven Empire of Vecna. So they are not just mining in random places for precious metals.
But because this is where the comet first hit, there is a good chance there's a collection of some style or form of the void crystals, because that would be an initial contact after passing the curtain.
Also, militarily, you know, as the Amethyst Dragon told you, Zaranash has set up fortifications and magical defenses that nothing can get through if they don't want them to. So, tactically, it would be much easier to maybe locate an initial contact or slough off of this essence here than trying to force your way through ancient fortifications and ancient magics devised by dragons to find the actual resting place of where the comet landed.
Okay.
What you got?
So the Divine Gate is a version of Void in one way or another, correct?
For lack of better terms, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So just say yes.
Whenever the comet hit here, because it came through that, it hit with both divine energy and this void runoff energy before it bounced and kept going.
It pulled essence of that gate through, yes.
Okay. What if what they are looking for here is a purified version of divine energy that is being held in these void crystals? Because we know for a fact these crystals hold pure versions of any kind of magical energy you can put in them.
Here's a question. Have you showed us the new stone yet?
Nope.
Okay.
Am I wrong so far?
I mean, as far as we know, we've only seen life essence drained into them, which causes a weird red color, but that's not to say that you can't put some other kind of essence into the stone.
Stop.
And on cue,
Well, because I was about.
I'll say,
Because
pause
he
for a
was
moment.
involved in that.
Yeah,
The-
that's what I was about to
The
say.
four of you have you're so close that the cracks have accumulated enough. I will give it to you. A strange crystal absorbing unknown energies. When you shattered the platinum shard and the Arcanist stepped forth for the first time, what did he pull from the crater?
Some kind of stone thing.
Don't know. I was physically here, but not mentally.
Grim tried to touch it and he couldn't, but the Arcanist could.
He pulled a gem, a geode, a crystal shard that resonated with an unfamiliar energy source. As you said, a crystal that had been underneath a piece of void energy. The shard was literally the physical gate of the void given form, but it was infected with a splinter of Visoran, of the Titan of Shadow, primordial energy. It was sitting at the bottom of this focal point of that shard, drawing energy, whether minuscule, whether on purpose. It was pulling energy down. So this is not the first time, I'll give you a point of inspiration for your thought, bravo Montel. Not the first time you guys have come across a crystal or some sort of fragment that has been able to pull in two kinds of energy that normally cannot coexist together.
I'm just taking everything they're telling me and trying to dumb it down. I ain't got the intelligence for this.
Fair enough.
I'm
So-
going to pull out the shard with the brilliant
Pretty.
blue arcane energy. It
And
will
this
rain.
is this
That
right
is
here is
not
the
red.
this is the reason why I've been trying to figure this out.
That's new.
What did you do? There was a moment he went. What did you do?
Science.
I'm not
Magic?
getting blamed for something.
Magic, more like it.
Same thing
Magic
when it comes
is
to
simply
him.
science of the arcane. They're one and the
So-
same.
Don't break my mind.
Wait, I thought arcane was the science of magic.
You were able to fill it without using the essence of life.
Yes.
There. It did kind of overdraw from him.
But that
I
It
did take a nap.
it seemed to
But that-
almost try to rip his magic out of him.
Do you remember the specifics of your experiment? What your arcane focus was, that kind of stuff.
The
What the-
arcane.
What the effect of the focus did,
Yeah.
The
the focus was,
The dragon scale.
the topaz scale,
which amplified your magic.
to a what level?
from 7th to 9th.
To a 9th level spell. That is world shaping magic. Literally,
Oh,
Rick,
That's why you're not wearing the necklace. I still have it.
I have a different.
Ricky,
Yes.
had
Yes,
you
Arkansas.
not used that focus, you could not have affected the purified void stone. These void stones live and breathe on world levels of magic. So the fact that you thought that through, I will now give you the point of inspiration. I've been saving for that. Bravo for that idea.
Also,
I'm gonna stop giving people my ideas. No, that's literally what I
That was
shot
your-
to
that was
him.
your idea?
I have the message.
Take a
but
point as
no,
well,
no.
bravo.
He has it. He had to do it, so I'll give it to him.
um,
I want credit where credit's due, though.
so
But yeah, like, well, yes, it didn't take his life. It almost seemed to pull all of your magic out of you. I would like to keep that in mind. I thought I was going to have to jumpstart you.
I would like to.
What does the stone do?
Right now, it just glows really pretty.
What can it do?
We haven't
Not tested
attempted.
it yet.
To use it?
Yeah, we're not. I mean, we've seen what happens when these get filled with too much energy.
Yeah.
And
From
we've
certain
seen-
sources.
We've
Yeah.
seen
Now-
what happens when it uses life essence.
Keep
too.
in mind, right now, all of the arcane magic of the world is getting drawn to one location.
Do a similar stone.
I hope to God that stone's not too small.
Well,
Could be
Don't
the
even
stone.
start. You've only got one good arm left.
no.
It could
I'm
be that
trying to
stone
overclock the one brain cell I have instead.
he picked up
Give me a second.
from the void. It could be that stone he picked up, and he could be looking for more stones like that.
That
That's
stone
what they're
was
looking
already
for.
filled. There would be
Was
no
it?
tone.
Hold on. Here's another question. How big of a stone would be needed to actually do this?
All the magic.
To be
You think this
shaping
room at
ley
least-
lines like this?
Ricari, at that question, you know that the key towers, the keystones that were used to protect the ancient draconian city that sat atop the massive towers, legends say that these things were feet in diameter and size. These were massive gemstones.
There, you know, the size of the computers that launched the rockets way back when.
And they, I'll give this up to you. They weren't designed to pull and contain. They were focal lenses,
To push it further.
pushing it toward a center point on the city,
Like
To
light
aim.
on mirrors.
like light on mirrors. Yes.
I think we need to go ahead and get into the city and see what's going on there. So,
We need to start discussing battle tactics.
Finally, back to something I actually do know.
You've been a help. Don't.
Yeah,
imagine
don't say you
all
fell
the elves
short.
and
You
the
would
dwarves.
have actually
I've just been
done-
like,
It's like, oh wait,
Right.
yeah.
I am quite impressed with you today. You will get a cookie after all this.
When Finnegan pulls out of stone, you see Thalen kind of take a step back.
Got a little PTSD.
No PTSD from that one.
Cool. I'm going to be looking towards the elves. So, here's a question I have for you three. Which one of your groups would be best when it comes to urban stealth? I know y'all tend to
Very good way to put that.
y'all tend to do more with out in nature. This is going to be a much more urban setting. There is a very large difference in between those two ways of stealth.
but they have to get into the tunnels first.
Yes, but whenever we have to actually go through the city to actually look at what's going on, that's the part where I'm worried about. Getting through the tunnels itself will not be that hard. There are actually very few ways to
Don't
actually
say
get
that.
down in there.
Too loud and too
I
often.
might have a way to help you with that after this is done. I'm going to need a very detailed description using your map where you want to go, and I will be able to help a lot more than I think I should be able to. But we will get there when we get there.
And whoever,
Perfect.
I'll let you go ahead.
So which one of your groups would be best at urban stealth?
The three of them kind of
Urban search and rescue.
Speak
I think
for
is
a moment.
Search, rescue, stealth.
Fiala
it's-
is kind of, because I guess the green wardens that under my command would be they are. I mean, there's not much difference from leaping from tree to tree than a window ledge to a ledge.
That is
Just
true.
quietly over there.
Of course, there would be certain parts that we would have to leave behind, obviously, but
Well, that is true.
They have
The other,
limitations.
the reason why, the biggest reason I ask this is, whenever we do this, you will need to, for back of a little term, disregard the colors you normally wear. They will stand out too much along the stones and everything that we are going into.
I mean, I would have no issue. We understand the need of camouflage. That is easily.
I was just making sure that I was also just double checking, seeing if any of you had any groups that normally did this kind of work inside of cities, whether you would already have camouflage of that kind on hand.
I'll be honest, the best group we could have for this, it is probably best they are not here. That was more like mentally to him than anything else, but I know he understands that.
Well,
Thalen kind of raises an eye at that. Because there is a group that would be more geared toward working within the confines of the city, and I would be remiss to believe that they don't have some sort of presence within the members that we brought with us. Mr. Sorndren, I believe that would be more of a line of questioning that you would be more comfortable with pursuing. See, Fiala and Serenthel kind of like looking confused at each other for a moment.
I'm keeping a blank expression.
That is a fair enough thought process, and I will proceed to that after we get through here. It is best that we go ahead and finish this discussion before we start another with others.
And with that, I will now pull up the map that I was given. So I've been trying my best to, among the officers and everyone else who has lived in the city and who now works here, to find different routes in and out through the tunnels that have gone underground. Mostly asking about places where it's collapsed so that they've had to fill in from basements and such. The biggest place has been this specific tavern, and I just show them the mark next to the 7th line, or the building next to the 7th line. It also seems to be this area right here is also where they seem to be setting up their main camp. That is the place where the biggest fires have been going on. Although they have had smaller fires here and there, that is the biggest one. That's probably also where I would expect them to actually have the prisoners set up. That way, should there be any attempts for them to escape, they are stuck among the most people.
Quick question. How did y'all recon the numbers? Was it a flyover or?
We have several Drake Wardens in our numbers and as other arcane viewers who are able to give this is a rough estimate still.
Okay.
But that is what they were able to count.
Okay.
So more or less close enough.
Okay. How big is the crater city?
Crater City is a mile and a half by 2 miles, so almost perfectly cylindrical.
Okay.
It kind of hit like an oblong.
Okay, no, that works for me for my thought process
So
and what I've planned.
So it's approximately from it's about a mile and a half, and there's a 3 mile gap between the city and the tower.
Now, the next thing, and I will be looking to the Uven Riders commander.
Serentha.
Yes. I take it your men would be the heaviest armored, correct?
Correct.
Perfect. I turn the map to face him. I believe we can actually bring you in through the 3rd mine area. Basically, we would be pulling them towards you. This should hopefully draw away most of their numbers away from the prisoners, where I believe they're being kept.
Either that or we fight above ground.
No, that's what I mean. We bring them up from under.
You would have us charge the other gate, or
No.
I have the map. It was which route it would have.
I'm looking at the 3rd line.
Okay, the one that comes past from the west.
Yeah.
Past the tower, correct?
Yes.
South of the tower, yeah.
No, we would be bringing you in through the mine itself, bringing you up top.
Underground.
Yes.
Lad, our Wolveres do not do very well underground. They are not. They prefer.
They're claustrophobic.
Exactly. Yes. Plus,
I mean, given their size, that makes sense.
Well, the only other path you could go is actually through where the gate is itself.
Or how quickly can you go over the mountains?
The main gate, or
I think if we are wanting to cause a big enough distraction, hitting the main gate itself might actually be a good idea.
No, I see it.
Yes.
both main gates at once does sound like a good idea.
Santos says, I have 88 men under my command.
Okay.
That's a little over 2 companies. I could split into 2 man units and then attempt to draw their attention on both sides. To which Thalen goes, I also command at least around 88 men. We could take one side. The Wolviers attack from one side, the Arboreal Guard attack from the other, and we could pull their full forces outward, leaving only a small skeleton force to defend the city itself.
Create a distraction for Nathaniel and his troop to get in, get out, and
So which side? The main gate's over here.
So, okay, if you see in the you see in the mountains around there are 2 small towers. That is go up to the side there. About
they're across from each other on each side.
about the 9 o'clock point on the right there. You see it? Your fingers right.
Yeah, I see that
All
one.
right. Now there's one directly across the crater. Directly
Over
across,
here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Those are your main gate points. One leads to a small dock-like town that still barely works. It's mainly just to take on supplies and such, and to send out the processed ore. The other side is the one you passed, where you saw a squad of orcs guarding it. They sit kind of like a small funnel point leading into that.
Okay. So you are wanting us to come in over here.
Yes, that is the. If we are to do this split forces attack, I believe the best idea would be to actually hit that gate first. That way we draw most of their crowd that way. And then we do the secondary hit on the other side.
If they are indeed mining underneath, they're going to need somewhere to move it out.
That. Have y'all seen, as I look towards the Fort Command, have y'all seen any ships coming in and out?
Not that we know. We didn't turn much of our attention toward the old the old dock point, but we haven't noticed any ships coming in or out.
Here's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
We found an invisible ship
That is
on
true.
the island of Elphalos. It was full of draconians, correct?
no, it was full of Dragonborn.
Yeah, that was
Dragonborn.
that one was the Dragonborn.
The visible one had the invisible draconians.
Yes.
Or the illusion.
disguised.
Illusion,
Disguised.
yeah.
So-
disguise.
They could indeed. Can we send a scouting party?
I have several ideas for several scouting parties to go out.
To the ship, to the
To the
Shipping
Well,
area?
yes.
Before we do any of this, we would have people go towards each end just to check, see how strongly they're defending them themselves. We could have
Because
someone check that as
they're
well.
if we're going to try to draw them out of the city, if they are trying to move those out of there, they're going to be more apt to come out to try to defend that than they are anything over here.
Sarenthel kind of goes, forgive me, but you have there is a storm that is soon to make fall within the day, correct?
Mm-hmm.
We've even had to send orders to move our encampment to the southern point of the complex to give protection from the winds. The best time to move any sort of clandestine or sort of any black op is during bad weather. That storm coming in, it looks like it's going to last for a couple of days. That'd be the perfect cover to move a ship in. There could be ships waiting for that, for some sort of signal to move in. Orcs have no issue with cold weather. They live in Stornakor. This is a place where during the summer it barely gets above freezing sometimes. There is a chance that might be vessels waiting for that to hit, or a signal to move in.
How long out is that storm?
Sierra, Commander Salem, she looks up and goes, I believe our estimates have it hitting here in about 4 hours. At its course of movement, in 6 hours it will be on the crater city.
Alright.
How long will it take us to get a scouting party there?
I have several scouts standing by, an hour at most for them to leave here, and then at the speed that they move, no more than an hour, hour and a half to get to the outskirts of the mountain range.
Would they have means to communicate back to us?
They will have. I could send them with a sending stone. Yes, it is not very detailed. They wouldn't have a long message to send, but they could get some word back to us.
All we need is a yes.
So knowing that 4 hours, do you have multiple copies of this map or just one?
They only handed me one.
How quickly can we get a second copy of that map?
Considering I don't need a full, detailed, oriented copy like this one right here, because all I need is the mines underneath knowledge.
Because this is where we are up here, right?
Mm-hmm. I would be completely able to just draw out the lines, like just draw the oval part, draw the mine part, and put in the markings of the places that I need specifically on a rough sketch copy, and be able to hand you the original.
How quickly can you do that?
Give me an hour and a half. An hour and a half if we want me to be able to keep.
Do you believe we currently need this map for the rest of this meeting?
No. I have most of this memorized.
All right, I'm going to borrow this, and I apologize. Excuse me, and he goes to leave with the map.
Nobody's going to try to stop you. So.
Okay.
Real quick, did I tell you the timetable for your other reinforcements arriving? How long the skyship is going to be?
No.
Okay. 3 days time. They told you they will be there in 3 days.
3 days land. They don't know where they're landing. They're just landing.
They will make Kralot in 3 days.
And I'm going to say the discussion that you and I had over this is over the ring, so you know what I need you to do.
What of
Well, I could do things.
the
Got you.
elves sailing in? Do we know when they're landing?
The ones coming across from
Ilthalos.
Ilthalos up
Yeah.
to. Yes. So when Thalen arrived, he told Finrio, they would have told you this, that there are transports and basically the full measure of the Elven Navy is leaving Ilmaria. It'll take approximately 2 days to get it up around to Caracas, and then at most to move everybody across, you're talking 8-10 hour stops. It's only about 120 miles. Like it's about this a little more than a distance from. It's about the same, little more than a distance from like the Yucatan Peninsula up to say like the Texas, Louisiana Gulf Coast.
I'm just asking. I don't have the map in my mind.
Yeah.
If the balloon is going to meet paths or see the ships coming. in.
So
That's
They're
fine.
coming
That's
in from
fine.
two
Yeah,
different
that's fine.
so
directions.
just to be real quick, Port Blayman up here, Ilthalos down here. The balloon is coming this way. They
Balloon
know
will
you're-
hit our side.
Yeah,
The
they-
Ilthalos will hit the.
They know
southern.
they know you're in Kralot somewhere. I don't think you've sent word that you're at the fort yet, have you?
No.
Okay, so they're just coming across, and the elves are coming up this direction. Imagine like a almost
Pincer.
like a pincer move, yeah, coming in for like the size of Kralot, yeah.
I'm gonna speak to the fort commander. Do you have any naval vessels at your disposal?
We have several ships in a small harbor on the coast. I think we may have one full-size war vessel. The rest are like patrol ships. Nothing that can withstand a full attack.
But under the cover of a storm, with many sails, you could look like a much larger
Battalion.
battalion.
We have
Fleet, I guess, for ships. For fleet.
fleet.
we have 3 small patrol vessels and 1 warship, galleon size. I mean, look in the right storm.
What if,
A chameleon can look like a dragon, as your group proved.
speaking of dragon, what if instead of sending ships and much needed dragonborn on those ships as a distraction or whatever you're thinking, Sondrin or anyone else who has communication with Rantis, contact her and see if she will be willing to go down to this area and scare off
That's the dragon that we met
Emphasis,
when we
yes.
firsthand.
Yes.
That was going to be my next question.
I no longer have that ability.
I don't either.
But,
Unless someone has a scroll or spell book I can borrow that has it. I'll say out loud.
And then there's like ranger, paladin, fighter. We don't know.
Lost the one person that could help in this conversation. He fucked right off out of the room.
one issue with all this attack, and distraction is having communication between all groups.
That's,
I have a sending stone that connects to Sub-Commander Tor. I don't know what other.
You also have a sending stone that connects to the captain of the airship.
I've already used that today. That's one, yes. But,
Yeah. But it's still in.
so it feels like that's one reason you use bad weather to your advantage. It's hard to maneuver, hard to communicate. You have to be literally within shouting distance or some sort of magical. So
We would be able to daisy chain from to each other.
through the rings.
Yes.
That's the hope.
your range has increased on those, so it's possible.
They have? What?
It's a mile.
Yeah, it's a mile now.
Yeah, so we would be able to.
That's why I said.
Yeah, you've gone from half to a full mile. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know
That's
that.
why I said daisy chain it.
I didn't even know this. I was just like, well,
This has been discussed before in game because of another discussion of a similar effect.
Okay.
but yeah, we would be able to daisy chain talk to each other.
So now we're. I'm sorry, okay, you're thinking.
I'm just asking, where are your mages?
That's the emerald people.
But yeah, the Emerald.
The Emerald Storm.
Yeah, where are they?
Well, they're within their barracks, I would assume. They were supposed to be guarding the storage unit containing the Shadowborn corpses, but apparently that's no longer needed. So
Perfect, because I need to talk to them as well.
All right, I'm gonna go out.
Before you leave,
Yes.
I no longer have use of this, and I don't know if it'd be any use to you. You're a different kind of magic, but I'll hand him the little tiny sorcerer spellbook I have. But different class and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't know. If
Oh, it's a scroll.
It's a. I don't know. Oh, shoot.
Careful there, sir.
It was his Christmas gift as a sorcerer from the kids.
oh,
The spell.
Right. Let me see real quick. Remind me
It might be able.
Hey,
to
what story are we on right now? First floor, second floor, what?
Oh, her office. You're more toward the top. Like you're, think like
It's jump.
fifth or sixth. Like you're.
Perfect. Is there a nearby window I can go out of?
Why? Why are you going out the window?
All the window there. Okay, so there is one set of like large bay windows that open, and there's a balcony.
I'm sorry, my brain had the. I finally got to watch the Indu movie.
Oh
It had the end moment. Of, oh no! Of him trying to go out the window.
Oh, yeah.
For the end part of it.
Wham! Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm sorry.
Perfect. I'm gonna go to this balcony as I leave and just step off.
Thalen and Theala are just like okay. Serenthel and
Because they
Commander
both
Sazen
basically heard
are like,
about him.
What? Why did they just like run over?
It's fine.
And then disappear.
So the troops are moving out now.
She goes. I'll send word to send the scouts out now. Yes, I can
Okay. Send the scouts out. Okay. And then.
send out the scouting party.
I should have mentioned my thought process before I left the room. Oh well.
Over the ring, he gets. Oh yeah. Let him know there's something living in these tunnels.
To who?
To him specifically.
Yes.
You already know this.
Scouting party.
Yes.
Scouting
Oh, that's right, you
parties
did mention
going
it.
down through the tunnels. Any sound magic, thunder magic, anything like that is needed. It's a
Very well.
priority.
So let me get this straight. What are we scouting the dock area? Are we trying to find a way into the mines or what?
Yes.
Some scout the dock area to see if anything is coming in. And then
You have the ring. You
I
said
am
that-
literally. I can't walk that fast. I am not a mile away.
Nathaniel is essentially
Cold
commander
weather,
over
walk
the tunnel
outside.
idea. It is.
I don't know how they. I mean, I will have them look for ingresses into the mine, but I don't know how they would. Short of like sliding down an air vent or something.
That's his prerogative.
I will have them at least check. Yes.
Yes.
I mean, to be fair, they did just see me jump and disappear. So.
You just see the all warlocks.
How did you know? Because I've done some stupid stuff
I will
before.
tell them if they really need to talk to him about this. I will give them my ring and let them talk to him.
I will let you deal with that.
Okay.
That's kind of an invasion of privacy when you get someone else's voice in your head.
Well, this is battle play.
I don't think he got what I was saying, did he?
So, Sorndrin,
Uh-huh.
where are you heading? What are you doing, my friend?
I'm heading to the main tunnel that he said he wanted to use to get inside with.
Tunnel 7.
Tunnel 7.
So you're
100%.
leaving.
I am
Fort.
going out the fort, on foot, very quietly and stealthy and by myself. For reasons.
What is
I-
passive perception again?
28.
28.
I feel like I was specifically told not to do this at some point.
Yes, but you don't have the means I do to do this.
Have you actually taken a level in cleric? I mean, in rogue yet?
Yes.
Okay, that was my main point. You pass by several tents. One does catch your eye. To an untrained eye, they wouldn't notice this. But the ropes binding the cloth, the canvas to the tent stake, are tied in such a way that they form symbols of rogues' camp, thieves' camp.
They basically do like his necklace does.
One of which is the mark of the Cathedral of Shadows.
Alright, and I don't know if it's ever been discussed. Are we mainly able to send words, or would it be conceivable to send like a mental image through the ring?
It works kind of like the message spell.
Okay, well then it's gonna send a message to Nathaniel because we have a plan of what both of us are doing right now. And it's basically gonna be outside, X tents down, X tents in.
Yep.
First mark.
Got it.
When you just for some reason hear, got it, wind whistling past his hair.
You know exactly what happened.
All right.
No one is ever surprised.
So are you just walking? How are you getting?
Oh, when I'm getting to the tunnel area, I am just walking carefully, but
Yeah.
I am walking.
How are you getting there though? Because it's still a couple miles out to where that the end of that mark would be.
Just a
Okay.
nice, lone,
Long,
cold, long, dry walk.
Okay, so at an average brisk walking, it'd take you about an hour and a half to walk the 2 miles to where around the mark is on that. So you're walking for 2 miles.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Montel,
Mm-hmm.
what are you doing, you crazy bastard?
I'm going to the Emerald Storm. I need a scroll of Find Familiar.
Okay.
And then he's going to do the other
And then I'm going to do the other thing.
How long do you wait before dimensioning door out of the fall?
Oh, it's like 10 feet dimension door.
As soon as you're out of sight of the window.
Yeah, it's as soon as I know they've seen me
I
jump.
need to read how dimension door works.
I can dimension door
Direct-
to the ground.
Distance, direction. That is all he has to do. He doesn't have to see.
Mm-hmm.
No.
You arrive precisely where
Damn it!
you intend to. I used it with
Yeah,
me and
yeah,
Kieran
yeah,
when we
yeah.
jumped
So-
off the dragon.
So okay, so it's literally a
Yeah, there's no
No, there might
issue
be a
with
stumble
velocity.
because of momentum.
Mm-hmm.
No, the way that it reads, there's no issues with momentum. It says you arrive precisely.
Oh no, that doesn't say there's not an issue with the momentum. I can say I appear over there, but it's in the same state that you left.
Mm-hmm.
So your momentum would carry. But at only dropping 10 feet, you wouldn't have a whole lot of momentum.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main thing. You'd be like,
Yeah, because I've done this before with a
I
shit
think
ton
the
of
thing
momentum.
with Kieran was the dragon was falling as well, and you doored and stepped through it.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it was its momentum was carrying you. Like this is not like he literally opened the door and phoom.
Yeah, you didn't open the door under you. You opened it in front of you.
Yeah.
So you're
Apparently for some reason my
computer's being weird.
yeah. So we're just
All
gonna
right.
go to the player's handbook.
What's the question?
For what?
Dimension door.
Oh,
What you need to know
I
about
just
it?
need to read it. Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't know if I could shoot Montel across this damn fort.
technically no.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I also just pulled it up.
You teleport yourself and occur to any other spot. You arrive at exactly the spot desired. Okay. Okay. Bring objects that exceed, carry. Creature must be within 5 feet when you cast a spell. Take 4. Okay. So it is you arrive on a spot. Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So yeah.
it's a portal.
Like, if I have to, I can just appear at the bottom.
Yeah.
But I've also walked everywhere here, and this fort's not that big.
So he has
So-
a good idea of where he need to
Alright.
go.
Yeah.
Let me ask this question to you, Montel.
Mhm.
So you're trying to teleport, or you're trying to dimension door to the area, to the barracks of the Emerald Storm, correct?
Roughly, I'm teleporting to, like, not towards the front door, towards like this, a side space somewhere where no one would be. That way, I don't land in or through someone.
Okay. How close are you trying to get? That's my question.
20, 30 feet. Far enough away where people could see me pop in, but not close enough where I'm worried about someone.
I will give you 30 feet
Mm-hmm.
because there are arcane wards that protect this barracks from people just popping in. You said 30
that
feet.
would be bad.
You said 30 feet, so you don't.
Yeah.
These are military mages. Like you
Yeah.
don't. Yeah. All right.
To be fair, I've dealt with military mage before.
Like I'm gonna say, like you even pop in, like the tip of your nose tingles as you feel the arcane wards that would have stopped the teleportate spell from, like painfully stopped you from going in.
Warren. Anyway,
Now, because we rolled at me a while ago, Montel, roll me a active perception check.
active perception.
It's like McDonald's.
18.
That's a Ravican coffee. Somebody in that barracks has a Ravican coffee.
Some dirty bastard.
Someone has just become my new best friend as I start walking in.
Someone doesn't know they're going to become your new best friend.
Yep. Also, you have my notes that are on the back of that as well.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, there's not a lot of note, but you technically have those because you have them.
Yeah. There's little scribbles on the back that I can half-ass read because Montel writes funny, or Nathaniel writes funny.
Nathaniel was here.
Well, I mean, Nathaniel writes with the metal hand, so
I know,
it's not
that's why it's-
surprising.
That's
So
why there's
imagine you
holes
like
in the map.
you flick your finger and an ink like a pen tip pops out. You just sit and write it, and whoop, you're Inspector Gadget. All right. So you approach the door.
Door open or closed?
Door's closed.
Not.
You see a
I will do a thieves can't knock.
31-2.
there is a small little slide in the door that opens, and you see the familiar draconic face staring back at you. In draconic, who are you?
Nathaniel Lasan. I am special.
One of the special envoys. Yes.
Yes, I'm looking for special scouts to go through the mines.
We received word from the fort commander you will be arriving. One moment, please. He slides back. You actually also feel a magic unlocking the door as they step back. This one is a copper dragonborn. Z kind of steps back. Please come in.
As I step in, I'll put my hand out to him to shake his hand.
Z shakes your hand. Commander Belerix is in his office. If you'll excuse me, I must go back to priming spellstones.
I'm just gonna do a cursory glance around to see if anyone is drinking coffee right now.
Nope. but there is an amazing smell coming from that door.
Is that the door he pointed me
Yes,
to?
it is. You read Draconic, right?
I read any language you put in front
The
of me.
name of that door is Rax Belerix, commander of the Emerald Storm. This was not somebody you were familiar with. Essentially, your storm was white, and a new one has been rebuilt.
I will do the same knock on his door.
You hear again in Draconic, "Come in."
And I will open the door, step in.
You step into the sound, sight, and smell of coffee being poured into a cup as a red dragonborn sets the pot down. "Oh, you must be, in common, you must be one of the special envoys. I had received a notice from Fort Commander about you.
I will close the door.
I am Storm Commander Rax Belerix at your service."
I will respond in Draconic. It is easier for you to speak like this if you would like to.
There is a slight nod as he responds in Draconic. Make a roll for it. I am proficient with both tongues, but I do prefer the Draconic language. You see, may I offer you some coffee?
Coffee that expensive is not given lightly, but yes, I will take a cup.
One of the last few gifts from my family before we lost communication with the captain. He pours you a cup. He sets sugar, creamer, and a bit of honey, basically letting you doctor your coffee as you see fit.
I'm just gonna tap the side and just prestidigitation it to the way I like it.
Okay.
There's enough strain on y'all's reserves, no need for me to put more on there.
Thank you. You are Nathaniel, correct?
Yes.
So, how can the Emerald Storm be of assistance to you?
Well, I am of the magic kind myself. I am looking for a spell scroll of Find Familiar.
You want a spell scroll?
Yes, it's not something I would be able to cast with the way I do magic.
Our scroll master would be the one to speak of. He is the one who requisitions and catalogs any sort of magical item or anything that we may use in combat. As he reaches over, grabs a piece of paper, as a quick scrawl, he sees he picks and applies a stamp. My name and seal will grant you usage of our supplies in that regard. I believe we have several of those lower level scrolls, so it should not be a big drain to procure one.
Good. The next thing is, how many of your men know Dimension Door or other teleport spells that can transfer multiple people?
We have several who have Circle of Teleportation ready to go, as our main source is to move about the battlefield. Minor Dimension Door and Misty Steps. We have a few scrolls of those, and a few of our number can also cast as well.
I asked for there is a plan to go through the underground tunnels. I know that there is worry about places being collapsed in there, and then also coming up from through the from underneath would also require such spells. I have also been trying to find out places that have gone into people's basements and cellars and things like that. Although, with how hard the ground is around here, I know it's much less common.
Have you considered the Shape Earth spell?
No, I have not. That is not a spell I have. It's not one I have thought of.
We should have access to several casters who can use that. If you're wishing to get into those old mines, it may be the best way, as there are remnants of different minerals that play havoc with straight teleportation, as well as, I believe, the capstones on the mines themselves have some arcane aspect to them.
Well, I know the most recent capstone I heard of was against vibrations and sound dampening. There is something down there I know that seems to hunt through that. At least through the either the first or seventh line. I believe it was the seventh line.
There were several species of worm that would call the deeper parts home, that were attracted to the various diggings in the old empire. The Draconians were famous for using workers no longer fit as
Bait.
they called it distractions, but yes, they would use them to lure these worms off and essentially guide them to areas they did not want them to be in.
Understand it. Well, that is the plan as it currently stands, is to try to get a lot of the people through these old mines. There is also concern that maybe the orcs are mining down there, but what do you think is the possibility of this?
I know no reason why orcs would need to mine. But from my last meeting with the other company commanders, we were told that these orcs are not acting like any we have faced before.
That is true.
Roll me a charisma check. With advantage of this.
Charisma check or persuasion?
Just run and just a straight charisma check.
Okay.
This is him gauging you. This is nothing you're actually trying to do.
Okay. With proficiency or without?
Do you normally have proficiency with charisma checks?
My bad.
Okay,
You said advantage in my brain
Yeah.
when proficiency
That's a
for
fair
some
thought.
reason.
Yeah.
6.
That's a high roll.
I rolled a 2 and a 3.
Wow.
Yeah, I got an inspiration today for like actually thinking and using my head. Well,
Come on, big brain.
21.
Okay.
That'll work.
DC of 21. We were told to give you and your companions every assistance available. I would be remiss in not offering you. We have several items that are branded with runes and ensorcelled in various ways to act and react in various magical capacities. One of these is what is known as a teleportation stone. When broken, it projects the glyph for teleportation circle for approximately 1 minute, but it can be acted as though it were the spell itself the entirety of that minute. We have it tied to an anchor stone that it is paired with.
There has been recent problems with teleportation
Have
magic.
they tested that since the thing that happened?
Well, give me a second. I'm bringing this up now.
I know. That's why I'm sitting here going, oh shit.
There has been recent problems with teleportation magic.
We are aware of this. We've had several of our members of ours look into it. Because these are anchored to 2 points via already established magical connections, it does not require the flow of the ley lines.
It is not a writing of the ley lines. It is a forced movement.
Now, it does still require the ley lines to power the initial spell, and as such, the duration has fallen to only 30 seconds.
That is good to know.
But as long as the anchor is maintained, it should still allow. We have not had any issue with, as long as you were stepping through within the timeline. Now, we did have one poor individual when we first were retesting them. He did not know about the time limit. Thankfully, as with any sort of magical injury, the wound sealed itself, and eventually his leg was able to be regenerated.
How many of these do you have?
We currently. Let me look.
What's his name?
11.
11. We have 4 in our current stores. We spent 2 in testing.
Okay.
They are very difficult to make and take several months under perfect conditions to make. Right now, with the way that things are happening with magic, we could not replace them anytime soon.
Mm-hmm.
Can I help you, sir? How may I help you?
And let me in.
Oh, of course. Your companion is already speaking with Storm Commander Bellerix.
Ooh.
The one with the metal arm.
Oh.
He points in the direction of the door. As you approach, you hear a conversation going on behind the door. Enter. The door opens and you see Finnegan step in.
Oh, hey.
Oh, you would be Mr. Tenderfoot, correct?
Yes, indeed.
I am Storm Commander Rex Bellerix, at your service, sir.
Well met, sir.
While he's talking to him, I'm just gonna slide the drink into my bag. Because I haven't touched it this entire
Just gonna
time.
slide the tea. It's a cup of tea, Montel.
No, the coffee.
Oh, so it's a cup of coffee.
Yeah, into my bag of holding. Because
We have established that
we have established that it holds it.
it can hold it. Now, the longer it has to hold it, the less likely you are.
What I mean is you're just like dropping a cup of, like, open cup of
No, it's just
Roll me a sleight of hand check.
sleight of hand, the one dexterity thing I'm not good at. 6?
There's the 6.
I saw you.
Oh, no. That wasn't not to be seen. That was a, you now have hot coffee down the side of your leg.
Oh.
Okay.
You take 1 point of fire damage.
And cry because it was a Ravikin coffee.
And cry a little bit because it was a rapid coffee.
It's all internal right now.
So right now they're focused on each other, so he doesn't see all this happen. I was meeting with your friend here discussing various arcane implementations for the.
Oh.
Are you all right, sir? You look a little.
Arcane implementations.
Yes, different ways to help with the going on with the plan to go underground. As well as getting a spell scroll of Find Familiar.
But yes, the teleportation stones also would be something you want to speak with Scrollmaster Tormund about.
Well, that will be more his line. I would just be the one to more or less figure out who would need them the most. But you two have better conversations to do. I will go speak with the Scrollmaster.
Give me a con check.
Natural 20?
You're not limping.
This is not the first time I've burnt myself with
The
coffee.
pain is only emotional for spilling a cup of Arabican coffee.
It's all right here.
Right there. All right, it's 8 o'clock. We'll take a quick break. We'll pick back up with your conversation with Bellerix, and then go on to where are you heading, Ricard? Are you still with the?
I need to stick a little bit more with them, and
Okay.
then I'm gonna go cast a spell.
All right, cool. All right, so quick break. Go ahead, and we'll be answering some questions on the TikTok as well. Hang around, folks. We'll be right back.
Alright. May be a few minutes, so if I'm not back at the 15 mark, just go ahead and start.
Yeah.
And I will be back shortly. Do you have any idea what my plan is?
Not really.
I'm gonna walk the whole city. I have 8 hours to walk the whole city.
Okay.
Because unless there are specific wards that prevent things that are ethereal from walking through them in the city. And I would have 8 hours uninterrupted to mark every new picture in this chair.
Yeah, that one does not,
It's comfy. It just doesn't sit still, and I can't raise it.
Is there still enough of the coffee for me to be able to drink it and get the effect? You've already done emotional damage.
Yes, I will give you the effect.
Thank you. Because we both know I'm not going to use it for myself. I'm probably going to give it to Finnegan or actually probably giving it to
Okay, so for some reason it's not letting me go on the internet with this.
do you want TikTok or Twitch?
Go ahead for TikTok right now.
Okay.
To answer questions.
Here, I will give you my phone.
All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right. Sorry about that, folks. So my tablet is not connected to the internet.
Mine disconnected too.
I'm going to go ask. I'm going to step to the front and ask.
Yeah. I'm gonna answer questions standing right here and looking. Is his name Nathaniel Montel or does he? So Montel was when I was a bard rogue. I started as a bard rogue in this game, and because I was a rogue, I was going by a false name. Nathaniel Lassant is his actual name, and personalities are different between them. Alive after 40 plus episodes, I should know this. You would think so, but to be fair, everyone calls me both of them. Our DM, bless his soul, still refers to me, the person, as Montel too. And also, my stupider ideas and crazier ideas are brought out. I get called Montel for that. Yep, it is completely fair.
Yeah, I explained to Moffat why I'm doing what I'm doing because I don't want your actually good plan to go badly for lack of information, which would then drive you right back to the way you were. So I am literally going in. Prisoners here, big group group here.
Also, we had someone ask whether I was Nathaniel Montel or if it was split personalities.
Yes.
Both and all three.
Yes.
I will be stepping up for a second. I will not be able to see messages. Kids, don't vape. Adults, if you're trying to stop smoking, also don't vape. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, there are some text bot plays on the Discord server. I know that there are several DMs who are always looking for people in the Discord server. And if the other thing is, if you can't find a group you like on our Discord server, which if you're looking for that, just go to Moffat's link tree. It's on there. If that one doesn't help you, there are plenty of others that are also doing it. Who had Swedish fish and threw it in the wrong thing? This is recycling. Also, sorry, YouTube and Twitch, if I'm standing kind of in the shot weirdly. I'm looking over at that and I can't see y'all right now. Normally I'm on Twitch doing questions. But right now, internet's acting weird.
Alright.
Internet back up,
A couple people have an issue with it. I'm going to see if I can get back on it again.
I'm also going to try to jump back on it now. I've been answering questions on here. I know the announcement you forgot.
Oh?
Your link tree to your Discord.
Oh, yeah, the discount.
I've already done it because someone was asking about talking about not having a group and someone else brought up that we do D&D Discord, and I let them know what was going on there.
Can connect to Xfinity out here.
But yeah, I also let them know that normally I'd be on Twitch, but internet's acting weird, so I can't be.
Well, let me borrow your phone. I'll answer on TikTok.
I can't
You can't get on not even TikTok?
because I don't have internet connection.
Oh, right.
I was bumping off Wi-Fi.
We're not very good
Ben.
friends.
Huh?
Could you? Do you have TikTok?
Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason, it's not letting me connect to the internet with my laptop anymore.
And my phone's not able to connect either. If you don't mind us using yours, because I've been just standing up here answering off the phone. But it's also weird. It's also weird framing with me standing
7
right here
p.m. is
for
live. Look at that.
So if you would kindly read off the questions as they appear, I'd appreciate it.
Sure.
But yeah, I've been answering questions and everything.
Thank you, sir.
It's not something I do often.
Getting a lot of likes from Lone Star Custom.
Hey, thank you, Lone Star.
Ricky thought he heard a cat outside. Just trying to find it.
We don't need a party cat.
Don't need a what?
Party cat.
Oh, come on.
So what? If I die and come back as a tabaxi, you won't let me?
That's different.
But that's a party cat. Pet the kitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Yeah. Also, in case you're wondering, what Sondren's doing is going to Applebee's for his wife.
Yeah, he told me, yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if he had told you or not. I'm just letting you know.
So if I take the folk hero background, which kind of seems like what
Yeah.
we've been doing, what would be the applicable school proficiency? If there is one. Because I couldn't think of one from our list.
I mean, one that halfway works would maybe be wood carving or carpenters. From making practice weapons kind of deal.
That could work.
Another one is, and this is entirely whether or not Moffat allows this to be. Do you already have vehicle proficiency from it? Land vehicle? Because if not, and if Moffat allows it, that's another good one.
Mining tools.
Well, you can do like Jim's tools, yeah.
Yeah, it's what, jewelry making tools?
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of tools in D&D.
Yeah.
I've learned this playing an Artificer,
What are you an artificer in?
my Saturday game.
Oh.
I am currently in 5 D&D games. I am an Artificer in 2 of them.
Artificer. That
Artificer.
word is artificer. Mont. That's fine.
I am an Artifice.
Has Moffat ever thought about writing a book, or has he ever wrote a book from Lone Star Custom?
Well, okay. I have begun to write mini books. I've thought about like putting this like adventures down from like this kind of stuff. Yes, I've thought about writing books. It's just the moment. It's always a thing of I never know where to start.
Mm-hmm.
But now with all this, I do want to write books set in this world. I guess maybe I can even take the Westhill Advantage thing and pull it into this and make it fit. But yeah.
You know what I think would be a fun thing for you to write? Just maybe not even as a proper book, but like a small series of short stories. Yeah. Kind of like a diary entry book kind of deal. Maybe get each of us individually to give you a story from our background.
That'd be interesting, yeah.
Like, because you already have a big thing that happened to him that would make a good story. The battle that... well, I mean, the biggest one I can think of is the battle that first, quote-unquote, killed you.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing with Sondren.
Yep.
the first thing that quote unquote killed him.
I mean, technically, I am writing a book. I'm writing the history book of my world.
Yeah. Like I'm. That was just an idea I have because then.
Good idea. Good idea.
Have you ever written any modules for like any D&D stuff like that?
Yes, I have. I wrote one for when I went to the event in Pensacola. It was called the Blackmire Swamp. It's very like simple one-shot type module. I did another one where it was more of the like longer term module. Many of those have just been like I'll start like writing stuff down. And just like I've got tons of notebooks of like ideas for campaigns and modules and that kind of stuff.
Or just thinking like after, sadly when this is over, you could create, a module not based entirely
Yeah.
on this, but like, the Void Stone.
Well,
and
I'll be honest, the Zytharian story was itself kind of an idea for a module, and I just kept going on and going on. Now we have this.
But yeah, like. And the other reason why I was suggesting that for a good, short story kind of deal, you then have someone to bounce ideas off of as well. And that's where I find the hardest part about trying to write things is I'm not good at writing. I'm good at improving. Making notes, making plans, not something I'm normally good at. Which is something you see with Nathaniel. He's not normally a planner. This is exemplified his planning of capabilities.
Not many questions tonight.
That's all right.
Well, I think they also kind of know our internet's kind of spotty right now. We had a few questions earlier about me being called Montel and Nathaniel.
So his character name is Nathaniel. But when he first started, he was going by Montel, and when you kissed the hag, you became Montel. You will always be Montel to me.
Wait, was it when I kissed the hag, or was it when I decided to jump out of a window to join a stone giant? Which one of those more exemplifies?
He was a hill giant.
Hill giant, my bad.
He was a hill giant.
Which one of those more exemplifies
That
who I
little
am?
thing could be a fun little one shot.
Yeah.
That I enjoyed that little arc with the werewolf kid and.
There's still things happening in Lamtra. I'm wanting you guys to go back there and.
I wanted to go back to London, but just like so much stuff was happening in Port Blade,
Yeah,
and we could never.
I want to go see my adopted mother again.
The dwarf. What's your dwarf?
Oh yeah. Oh God. What was her name?
The Dying Ember was it?
Yeah.
The Dying Ember was
I know.
the tavern.
And the bouncer was a half orc or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
And but
Sabria Springpeak, the female dwarf.
there we go.
Kindly grandmother of 5, but she's a barbarian. Yeah.
Yep.
The Dying Ember.
So, is she the one that took on Grim?
Huh?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
She's the one who took on Grim.
You have the Dwarf Anvil, which is the blacksmith shop owned by a female Goliath named Liala.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the Dragon's Horde, which is the copper dragonborn named Kilgis Narjan.
Which got burned down.
Got burned down, yeah.
We kind of asked Halifar to do like a franchise with them.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
Yeah.
Essentially, her store has been... Wait, are we reconnected now?
Internet's back?
Yeah.
Cool.
If y'all need to start without me to get through Finnegan and Ricard's stuff, just go ahead.
I'd already thought about that if he wasn't able to make it back in time.
Well,
Yeah, well, he also said too. For Twitch and YouTube folks, I'm jumping over onto Twitch to see if there's any questions there. First, I have to find Twitch on my phone. There we go.
GM, there we go. Yeah, by the way, folks, so I understand the angle that you're viewing at. It's a little bit funky. I do fix that when I upload this for YouTube. So that'll be taken care of, yeah. Mm-hmm. Hello, sorry, I forgot about the hag. Yeah, he kissed the hag.
Look, kissing a hag's not that bad. As
That's
long as it
true.
works.
Funky Dirt. A campaign is just a bunch of linked modules.
Yeah.
Ah.
Which I'm actually still trying to DM a game.
Well, I'll let you know. There is a chance upcoming in the near future of this year where I may not be able to be here on a Sunday. And if you want, we could set it up to where like one of you guys run a one shot or something like that.
He's been trying to do.
I've been trying to do a Savage Worlds game because I think
Jose Campos, welcome.
I think everyone here would actually pick it up quite easily.
That's easily
I
done. Yeah.
like the little campaign they did on the Westworld, not Westworld.
Oh no, you mean
Deadlands.
they did it was like Torchwood or something or Deadwood.
It's Deadlands. It is a.
Well, the name of their campaign was Deadwood. Yeah.
Yeah, Deadlands is a really interesting world.
Lone Star, and the audio is better after the transfer to YouTube. That's because as opposed to the one microphone which you're still figuring out, my iPhone mic is a lot better at like adjusting and things. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. Fascinating.
And I don't peek it out as much.
Yes.
Which
Farmer Mitchell 4440. Thank you.
Which me standing right here might peek it out a little bit.
Is he still looking for that cat outside?
You're a wizard, not a druid.
How you doing? That does not sound good. Oh yeah, I totally get that.
So I found a. Can you see it that far? You can't see it that far.
I saw a green lizard.
Green lizard. I pulled it out a while back.
You're gonna have to make a different mini for Smokey.
I love that. Yeah. By the way, you realize that you have literally a paladin dragonborn miniature up there,
But
right?
he has a shield, and he's not using a shield.
Okay.
And I like the cloak.
The cloak.
The
Okay.
cloak. That's gonna be like his theme.
Okay.
You're gonna need a different
Look
mini
it.
for Smokey, because Smokey is not going to be a weasel this time.
Well, what's he gonna
Mine's
be?
not everything else.
I got a whole.
He's going to be a crow.
Do I have a crow?
From Funky Dirk, he's not using a shield yet.
Well, crow or
Well,
raven.
I can't use a great axe and a shield at the same time.
So you're going to use a great axe.
For now, until I find something else.
What would you like to use?
I told you I wanted to use spear and shield.
You just said you didn't want to use a shield.
Well, no, he said he wasn't using a shield now.
Okay.
But I
That's what he
But
said.
I mean, I can't. For combat wise, this damage output does a simple spear.
Okay, so you want a spear and shield. Derek just says go for Holy Avenger.
Holy Avenger spear.
That
I do have a couple of spears I'm working on that are remnants. There's a shield I already have that's a remnant.
So you want to know
Two,
something that I don't actually like about how D&D does their magic items, like the already ones that they have pre-made. A lot of them aren't able to be put on other kinds of weapons.
The enchantment can't cover. Yeah, that's fair.
Because Flame Tongue is one that I really like the look of, and I like it on swords. I find that it would be even better on something like a hammer.
It's fair, yeah.
You mean just swap the damage or something like that?
Well, no.
Swap the effect from a blended weapon to a bludgeon.
Yeah.
Well,
Because-
that's like in the book when it says like when you find this magic item where you give it out, if you can, if it's a sword.
But
you
there
can change it to-
are certain base items that it doesn't.
Well,
like Vorpal. You
Well,
cannot.
yes, yeah.
Vorpal is that kind of
Well,
stuff.
yeah.
You just knock his head off.
But no, the what it is.
I already have an issue with collecting dodge. I don't think I could do miniatures too. I would just end up divorced.
Or could just be like me and just turn out paper.
Well, no. What I mean is, Flame Tongue.
Derek Snacks joined. Did you bring snacks?
If you look at what the enchantment is, it says it can only be put on blades.
Yeah.
And it says specifically it can only be put on swords. So it couldn't even be put on something like a glaive. by, raw.
You do know why like lances and spears are very useful though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, kind of.
Why?
Distance.
Well, not just that. Polearm Master, when they move into your threatening, you
yes.
can provoke an attack
Well,
opportunity.
the spear and the javelin is only 5 feet. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you have to get one of the ones with like reach to get the full.
Halberd.
Halberd, thank you. Yeah.
I don't have a crow. I have a raven.
That works. They're
Potato.
yeah. You know the only reason why I remember which one Mori it technically is? Because Valkyrie's Bite is the other one.
Yeah.
That is the only reason I remember it. And I remember you saying that whenever I made
Derek
that
says help is on the way, dears.
I remember you
If
saying
you need an elk for any of the elves, I got a giant elk. Just saying.
the one thing I do remember though is whenever I made that my hexblade weapon, you did say the wings changed to that of a crow.
Yes.
Which
I've never given you Mori stats. Jesus Christ.
yes you did.
I did?
Memento
Let me
Mori.
see.
It deals an additional radiant damage. We just haven't gotten into combat with me having it.
If anyone was known, death sage, maybe reaction. Okay, yeah, cool. I thought I was like, did I give you the card or I didn't know yet?
Yeah. Because it's the Valkyrie
Hey,
Bites
let's-
pluses.
Let Finnegan know in 5 minutes.
One of the favorite minis. Actually,
He's coming in.
actually have it printed out.
He went and
It's-
grabbed Burger King.
It's like a plant mini or a plant monster.
Yep.
It's a plumbing pipe plant.
Plumbing pipe plant.
And
Yeah.
it's the piranha plant from
Yeah.
Super Mario.
Oh, God. Kurt McDonald joined. Thank you for joining us this evening. We're on our break right now. We're about to jump back in and play some Dungeons and Dragons.
friend.
Thank you, my friend.
Oh, sorry, it's over.
And no, we're not sponsored by Burger King. It's just the closest link to us.
Yep. Well, technically, you could also go to Domino's. That's
Well,
also
I
not
think
that
I
far.
want
Neither
to.
is
Little Caesars is right across the street. Wendy's is right behind us.
So is the good Japanese restaurant.
I thought I saw. I know normally Raven and Valley take care of it.
Look at my cool shirt, guys. That's one of my doggies. That's
Thank-
another one of my doggies.
Thank you, Finnegan.
Flexing in front of us, really.
Are we having someone?
Well, no, somebody was thinks we need another mom here. Was there some issue going on or something?
Yeah, that's why I was asking.
Ooh, that's pretty. Celtic animal non-dice.
What is it?
It's funny. I can hear places in the conversation. I expect to hear Finneral's interject their comment. Fair enough.
Oh, by the way.
Have a what?
True sight. Okay, so it does. Okay. Okay. I must be getting blind sight. You have true sight, yes.
Also, I'm going to leave this unlocked for whenever Sondra
Yes,
comes
sir.
back in.
There was some rude comment in here earlier. Okay.
Did y'all lay the smackdown on them?
So normally Valley Iron Hill or Mechanical Raven are tooling around in here.
TikTok?
Yeah.
Do you want me to jump in?
I don't know. It was earlier.
Raven, I thought was on Twitch normally, because that's where they have been.
You're correct. Raven is on Twitch. I'm sorry, Raven.
Which I haven't seen a comment from Raven on Twitch either. So
That's probably nothing happened on Twitch, which is fine.
Mm-hmm. Which the other thing is normally, I think Raven either normally comes in or leaves around our midpoint, so that they could have, have
Phil
left already.
Cathcart, hello, thank you for joining us.
Will our proficiency bonus go up?
+5.
Next level?
Next level?
Maybe?
Yeah. Here.
Mine's already +5. I don't know what you're talking
Yeah.
I thought you were asking what is our
No,
proficiency
I
bonus.
know that. I'm saying, when does it? Will it go up?
James
when we level?
Proficiency.
Give me a second. I'll
bonus
I can,
5.
It's
I have it right here.
17. It goes up to.
Okay,
It goes up to
that
6.
level 17. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
So at level 17, I will have a plus 17 to investigation and arcana.
At level
Nice.
17, I'll have.
Well,
I won't have nothing that high.
I mean, Mr. Multiclass over here.
Who, me?
You, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Alright.
Getting
What do
those
you have
rogue
your-
levels
What
are
do you
really
have your
good.
expertise in?
Acrobatics, stealth, history, and that's it.
Okay, so
But your intelligence is low for the history.
My intelligence is +0.
Yeah.
I believe
So, I mean,
I see
plus
Mr.
10.
Derek pulling back up.
Is what it is currently, yeah. That and the only reason why I even have anything in history, investigation, and nature is nature and history are for the stories I've told whenever I was a bard, and investigation is due to the I need to know where I need to go.
Does anybody want these French fries?
I'll take the prize.
roll for it.
Roll no.
No.
It's DM's prerogative. God's prerogative.
Thank you.
Okay.
For that, Montel, you don't die.
Wrong.
Tonight.
Wrong. But no, the
You got the
So
freaking.
tell you
Actually-
what, Montel, I will
Bag.
take the bag fries.
walk
You can
around
have
with
the rest of them.
actually, my bad.
No.
I don't have expertise
I
in.
don't have the dagger.
You don't have
Over
that.
to-
I actually do not have
haven't gotten it from him
expertise in
yet.
stealth.
That
My
plan has not
my
come into
armor
effect.
gives me the other +5.
You ready to jump back in?
All right, let's get rolling again. So,
I have a work camp to wander through.
Nicole's on the house join. Thank you. So, with that, appreciate your questions and such. Go ahead and jump right back into the game this evening. We will pick back up the quick round predictions before we get back into it. By the way, I was informed what the announcement on this was. Please go check out my Discord, my YouTube, my Twitch. Everything is connected to my link tree on TikTok. So yeah, with that, start off on this side, and we'll jump back in after the introductions. Mr. Ricky.
I am Ricky. I play Finnegan Tenderfoot, the halfling wizard rogue.
I'm Derek. I play Sandra Nalo, our drow cleric rogue.
I'm Ben. I play Rikara Karis, the Gem Dragonborn Paladin of Hope.
I'm Michael. I'm playing Nathaniel Lassant, the human warlock rogue, formerly Montel.
And I am Kevin Moffat, aka the Southern GM. How y'all doing? I am the Dungeon Master, Game Master, Weaver of Stories, and Teller of Tales. So,
The napalm in the morning.
say again?
I said I love the smell of napalm.
With that, we will pick back up. Trying to get oh crap! Okay, we will pick back up.
If the DM dies, we win, right?
No, we all lose.
With the conversation between Finnegan and Storm Commander Valerix.
Well, if you want to go to him, we can do him first.
We'll jump real quick to the. You want to say you want to meet with the Fort Commander?
I'm still in the room with them. All the
Yeah.
everyone else is left.
Just kind of like looking as your other friends are kind of like toddled off. It's Commander Serendil kind of looks, just smiles, and you don't just rush into things, don't you? You don't really take a moment to think.
I try to plan and think, but it doesn't always work out.
This is part of the planning and thinking.
I just wanted to input. I would like to be with one of the front lines, whichever one. We need to find Hornbreaker and take him out.
The Fort Commander Sazek shooks and goes, Ricardo, I had thought that you with your comrades would have basically been the tip of the spear type of thing, where you would insert yourself through the mines and move through the city as a as a first reaction force?
That was yesterday or a few hours ago. Now it's
So you just kind of shake her hand.
it's kind of he cleans his armor, and I wasn't stealthy to begin with. Less stealthy now. I believe my expertise is better with as a Bates to help Nathaniel and whoever's going with him as a distraction.
Very well. I see no reason why we cannot have you on the front lines, as it were, in any sort of military maneuvers.
I would also like to ask, have you considered the prisoners of war, orcs that were captured? They came in here with a promise or an understanding that of falsehood. And I believe, I'm not the commander here, you are, but I believe they should be given a chance. If they fight with us willingly, I have some ideas, but that is up to you.
The prisoners are currently being used to rebuild and repair any damage to this the fort's infrastructure that they had created.
Under mind control.
It's still fair, but they cause the damage. I do not know if they would so willingly join with our forces. There is still a lot of bad blood between Dragonborn and orcs. Even if they were under mind control, there was still, once those Shadowborn fell, there was still some resistance from them. Honestly, you are more than welcome to go speak with them. For they are prisoners of war, unfortunately. They were. I understand extenuating circumstances with mind control, but anyone can claim mind control after the fact. You may want to have your orc friend speak to them. Perhaps he could persuade them in some regard, but I myself will not be reaching out to them. No, I will not.
But with your permission, should they choose to
fight on our side and do so of their own free will and honesty, and not attempt to destroy or undo what we have already done from inside, they are more than welcome to attempt to what's the word I'm trying to think of here? Attempt to redeem themselves in the eyes of Krillot.
I like that. Thank you. If I have nothing else, if there's nothing else from the
I
commanders, I will take my leave.
have still things to discuss with the three warlords. We are not warlords, Fort Commander. Think of us as a war council. I must speak with them some more. But I have nothing further for you, Rakara.
I will take my leave and go try to
Thial,
find
as you go to leave, Thiala steps out real quick. When my brother and his Grim finish whatever it is they're doing, I do need to speak to him. So if you see him, please have him come speak with me.
Of course. Where will you be?
I will either be here, or you can find me out in the camps south of the fort.
Okay, thank you. Good seeing you. And I assume your brother is coming too?
He is. We drew lots to see who got to step through the portal, and I won. He is currently on his way via one of the ships. He and my father are on their way.
I pity the Draconian that meets him.
Yes, there was some intense fighting in Caracas before Lady Hope arrived with reinforcements. We lost several good wardens. And more so, we lost an ancient reminder of our history. Although she kind of smiles bittersweet, it proves that even in death, a warden does their duty.
I'm speechless at that, so I just take my leave.
Good luck to you, Ricardo. She kind of
Same
turns and steps back into the office. So, Nathaniel, as you are stepping out now toward the camps, correct?
No, I'm stepping
He has
towards
to grab the scroll first.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
getting
you're going
the
to go.
scroll
Okay,
first.
you're going to the scroll master.
Before I do that, I will. How many of the Emerald Storm are in here currently?
This is a squad of 15 plus the commander.
Mm-hmm. Are all of them in here currently?
No, there's supposed to be about. You have him in his office, and there are about 6 other people kind of milling around.
Okay.
Milling about.
Before I step towards the start going towards the Scroll Master, I will say in Draconic, if I can get your attention just for 1 second.
You watch as the 6 kind of milling around stop and look towards you.
Was anyone here from Crater City?
Nobody can shake their head when it looks.
Well, if y'all can, and if please ask people about where they have come from. If they have come from the city, please send them towards me. I'm looking for information on places that may actually connect to the tunnels underneath. If you cannot find me, if you can just find one of my companions, they can find me instead.
There's a few nods. We'll ask around. So yes.
Thank you. And with that, I will step out towards the
So
Scrollmaster.
the Scrollmaster's office and supply is not very far from where you currently are. A few minute walk. And as you step in, behind a large shelf, you see several crates back there, and a amethyst dragonborn is standing there, kind of taking notes as he's. I'll be with you. In Draconic, you hear, "I'll be with you in a moment," as he's writing down various things. You hear rations.
Take your time, sir.
For when, as he finishes, he turns and looks at you. Oh, as he sets his clipboard down. I'm sorry, this area is off limits. Oh, he usually looks. Very well, Mark of the Storm Banner. What can I do for you, sir? As he hands it back to you.
I just need one scroll, Find Familiar, if you have it on hand.
The scroll of Find Familiar.
Yes, sir.
I happen to have one scroll unclaimed. I can go and get it for you. So he brings back a scroll. Excuse me. It is sealed in an arcane sigil.
Mm-hmm.
And it holds a magic. So he goes, I one scroll of. It's really not a charge thing. These are commandeered and requisitioned for military purposes. With the.
Do you need me to sign anything, sir? I know
The-
that is a big formality.
I do, and I was normally I would have, but you already have the mark of the Storm Commander. As he turns, see as he writes down a few, and Dracon writes a few things. He turns, "You'll sign here, please."
I give it just a quick scan to make sure everything's in line before I sign it.
No issues with it. He takes it back. Thank you, sir. As he goes and accepts it. Is there anything else that I can do for you?
One of my companions may be coming in soon to talk with you about the teleportation stones. I am not sure if he will be coming here or not. All I know is that I was told about them and that they may be getting used soon.
Very well.
Beyond that, I do not know what may be acquisition from you or from anyone else here by me or my crew. But I will give you that warning ahead of time.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And with that, I will step out and I will wait till as I'm heading out, I will do it.
Gotcha. As you step out, you break the seal, open the spell, begin to read the magic from it. You watch as you finish, the scroll literally disintegrates in your hand. And what do you summon?
So I did have a question for you.
Okay.
Would I be able to summon a... Let me double check the spell real quick to make sure what I'm asking for is roughly within the rules of what the spell technically does.
Okay. I'm suddenly very scared.
Okay. So it says a tiny animal. Would I be able to do a weasel-like creature with wings?
A weasel-like creature with wings.
Yes.
You mean like a flying squirrel or a sugar glider?
Something like that, but with like actual wings.
You're wanting an amalgamation.
Well, someone tells me that I think 5e has a creature like that.
I think so, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I mean, a bat is kind of what you're looking at, but
It would be pseudo dragon in nature. Would it, I think, be the closest thing off the top of my head for the style of creature?
Okay.
But it would just be feathered wings and a furry body.
So more like an ermine with like bird-like wings.
Yes.
Okay. We can do that. I can easily. I can homebrew that. That's no problem. Yeah.
And the subtype is celestial.
Celestial. Oh, that's even perfect. Yeah, we can totally do that.
Yeah. Well, just falling within the nature of what kind of warlock I am.
I'll even let you to like describe the color of one. What does it look like?
It is so the wings are jet black, like that of a crow or raven, but the body has a. Once again, it's that kind of smoky colored
fundamental
fur.
grayish.
Yeah. The fur is a little bit longer than a actual weasel's, and it gives that smoky-like appearance whenever it is flying.
Okay, all right. So that's easily we can work with that.
Mm-hmm.
So black crow-like wings, dark smoky gray, black fur, the longer, slicker fur than like it normally would be for a weasel or ermine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we can work with that. Yeah. So as you conjure this image from the celestial planes, you watch as nearby where you stood a brazier, slowly burning to keep a light and give a little warmth. The black smoke slowly trailing up. As you break the spell scroll and activate it, a tendril of that smoke slowly begins to coalesce down, wrapping up around you, moving up and circling your neck and then down that metal arm before kind of like almost solidifying into the this ermine-like creature that as it kind of just looks at you, these big intelligent eyes, you see the little wings spread out from it.
And with that, I will toss my arm up to let it be able to fly with me as I walk.
All right. The motion of its flight, because of how that body, it's almost like a diving motion.
Like a
the wings, a quetzal, yeah.
Yeah.
The wings kind of like as it moves it up and then down.
Kind of the thought of Chinese dragons where they go.
The long, yes.
Yeah.
All right.
And with that, I will be. Yeah, actually, kind of like that.
Okay.
What is it?
It's an arrowhawk.
All right. It's a little weird, but okay.
All right. Move on.
But and with that, I will be moving towards the camp now.
Okay. We cut back up to Finnegan as Montel just left and closed the door, rolling back several minutes. So you're still in there with Commander Bellerix. She goes, so what can I do for you, Mr. Tenderfoot?
I think it wise that myself and some of your team of the wizard variety exchange spells from our spell books.
Many of our spells are more militant and supportive in nature. You probably have, for those of the few wizards in the Emeralds in the Emerald Storm, there may be one or two that in their learning outside of military parameters they would have access to, and you are more than welcome to seek them out and glean from their spell books. That's no problem at all. I believe that. Let's see. A list of the frickin' storm.
Names, addresses, and social security numbers, please.
I'll give you 2 of 3.
Names and addresses?
There are currently 2 wizards in our meager squad. One is a green dragonborn. Her name is Uthra, Uthra. And then there is a topaz dragonborn named Tysis, Tysis. These are 2 more junior members of the store.
Okay. Where might I locate these 2?
Uthra is currently on patrol I believe she should be somewhere on the northern wall right now. Tysis is off duty and does not have to report back in for several hours. So he is probably somewhere walking among the fort, or his time is his own right now.
Do you have a way to contact them?
In times of emergency, I can summon them to the barracks for military maneuvers. Yes.
We could possibly be going on military maneuvers within the next 8 hours.
I understand. Unfortunately, that command has to come from the fort commander for me to. What? What?
It's coming.
It's like banging on the desk.
As,
That's not the door. And none of
let me
us.
see if he would know where Tysus is.
Have you seen the contingent of elves outside?
I have.
Apologize.
But you have to understand, we still have to hold to military, to our chain of command, to the military doctrine. Until I am ordered to summon my entire storm, I cannot just on a whim summon them for no reason.
Storm is coming.
You see, as he kind of thinks for a moment, I did remember that Tysus wanted to go. I believe he was going to go to the archives within the main spire to see if he could perhaps advance his own spell book in any way. If there was any spell that could be more forthcoming and useful within our ledgers.
Thank you.
Is there anything else I can do for you, sir?
Can I have some of those coffee grounds?
Oh, of course. I'm afraid I don't have much left, but he gives you enough grounds to make like 1 serving of coffee.
Perfect.
Just don't drink them all at the same time.
And I will make my way to the magic tower, please.
Right. You're heading back to.
Puts the use grounds in the mouth.
So you're heading to the spire. They're archives. All right. Meanwhile, as this point, as everybody's moving, it's been a couple of hours, hour and a half, so to speak. Sordrin, as you have been walking, roll me a con saving throw.
That's
Pretty good.
that's pretty good. Now let's just make sure what the extra is. So that's a 17.
17. It's bitterly cold, but you're getting more acclimated to it. So no levels of exhaustion. You're able to.
It's
push
also
through.
helping with a thought process that is going to possibly come in later.
Okay. So, in the distance, what was once just like small tips of a mountain peak, you now see well within range the massive barrier mountain range that was pushed up when whatever hit in the crater slammed into it. From your positioning on the map, you're pretty sure you're within 100. You're at least within 100 or so feet of that first mine you're looking for. Roll me an investigation check.
Oh dear. That's a 2.
You're just kind of looking around, not really able to find anything right now. Just
Kicking snow.
roll me another one.
Nope. He's got taken care of. Let's try that. Yep, that's a net 20.
Okay. Oh God. Okay. Wow. As you're kicking snow, it's like your first few piles. The second pile, on natural 20, you go to push out of the way with your foot, and you feel contact,
Actual resistance.
actual
of something
resistance
different.
of metal. As you clear the snow away, you see a capped pipe probably about 18 inches across, and you instantly recognize this as a vent shaft to allow air to move down, allow gases to move up, that kind of thing. It is the excuse me. It is the only one you see within range of you currently, without having to go and dig and move more.
Is there a handle or anything to grip onto?
Oh no, it's it's got like a small cover over the top of it, and it's like vented around the sides.
So, is there any way I can get a grip on it to kind of see if I can lift it or move it?
I'm not gonna make you roll a perception check. This thing has been exposed to the elements for centuries, if not even a millennia. No one to maintain it. The metal that it was used is pockmarked. The bolts that hold it together have long since begun to rust. A good strength check, you're pretty sure you could pop the top off this thing.
All right. Man, I should have waited on that gift. All right. Gonna try. That's a 6.
As you reach underneath into the vent, just kind of like you feel the bolt shift and give, but it's just not. They're still holding on. Try again.
Try again. That's a 13.
At this point, it's just going to take time.
That's the one thing I don't have. So, etherealness just goes straight down.
Okay.
Now that I know where it is, and I can be a little more precise and mark it on the map.
So you just begin to you just like ethereal straight through.
Straight through.
All right. How long does etherealness last?
8 hours.
8
no
hours.
concentration.
Okay. Roll me a wisdom saving throw.
23.
Okay. You're passing through rock and stone and dirt and blackness.
Through a vent hole?
Oh, you're going through the vent hole?
That's
okay.
what I was saying. I am basically like standing on top of the vent, marked it on the map so it's a little more precise, and then going straight down what we would like. That's kind of the plan, is to go the path that would be.
Okay, yeah. You're doing a flushed away. Got it.
Yeah.
All right. I need to read etherealness, please. If you read that spell to me real quick.
It's real fun. Step into the border between the ethereal plane, where it overlaps with the current plane. You remain in the border ethereal for the duration or until you use an action to cancel it.
Okay.
You can move in any direction. If you move up or down, every foot, it's difficult terrain if you move up or down. Seeing here the plane you're oriented from, but everything looks gray, and you can't see anything more than 60 feet from that. So my 300 feet is gone.
Okay.
Can only affect and be affected by other creatures on the ethereal plane. Ignore all objects and effects that aren't on the plane. Yeah.
No,
And
sir.
so the key thing extra that I will throw out in case you don't remember it. See invisibility can see the ethereal
yeah.
plane, but they can't affect it.
That was that one. How much I do know. But the seeing things on the ethereal plane. That's what I would. That's what I would.
Yeah.
Also, okay.
So I can be seen, but in all honesty, to them, I could just be a ghost.
So when you go ethereal, as you begin to sink down through that vent, you look up for a moment, and whereas what was once like lights dancing across the sky, the auroras, it almost looks like there are tears now, and that the ethereal plane is starting to bleed into this one. You can see points from the Fey, from Prismata, the Fey plane. You see all these other points. It's like them, whatever is causing these ley lines to rip back is pulling at the very borders, the fabric that holds the realms apart.
Is that Kieran on a dinosaur? You tossed that opportunity
Put
at
Kieran on dinosaur. But as you slowly drift down the that cacophony of lines disappears, you fall for a little over half a mile.
That's a deep tunnel.
As you begin to finally, what's the word? As you begin to kind of like slowly descend. Thank you. As you descend out into a large mining tunnel, about 50, 60 feet from the tip, from the ceiling to the base.
And as he's doing this, like he's marking it, so half-mile drop, 50-foot tunnel.
You see ancient trackways that lead up various inclines to the various points. There are other tunnels cut in at this point, go off various directions. There are millennia-old remains of bodies everywhere. You see some that have one or two of the remains underneath where various things have caved in. As you slowly descend into the base of this, you look, as you kind of look, you see toward the south of you the open, yawning maw of the main tunnel leading off toward the south.
But with the 60 feet, I don't see it like exit and go
Correct.
up or anything. Okay. So I'm going to orient myself and start following the path from the map using some of the notes, like what he kind of scribbled and marked and thought about. And as I'm walking, like I said, because the paper stays ethereal with me and the pen I took on my way out, I'm just writing small notes like sizes, distances, to the best that I can. And I know I'm looking for two, like, did he say what kind of pillars they were, or did he just say there were two special pillars that were holding up the bar?
They're holding up the capstone, the base of the bar.
The base of the bar, yeah.
There were four pillars.
Did he say what kind they were, or just?
I never got exactly what kind. I was just
so
told
I'm
that they
gonna
were
be looking
specially
for,
made.
like, as I'm going, I'm looking for 4 pillars in a very, what would be structural pattern specifically.
So as you're walking through, occasionally you see parts of the wall of this tunnel that, this tunnel, you can tell it was dug out, dug out and carved out. Occasionally there are points where the rock swirled, almost like somebody took the rock and twisted it.
You mean like what we saw down going to the Underdark?
Similar, just not as big.
Okay.
These only have a diameter of about 6 feet as opposed to 60 feet.
Mini oceans.
Not the big ocean, mini ocean.
At one point, because of your perception and your etherealness, you pass by. It looks like it's a curve in the wall that has, like, rubble has kind of tumbled down. But as you pass it, roll me a nature check.
Or intelligence. That's a 6.
6.
It's a 6.
As something about that outcropping just doesn't look natural.
Get a little closer to it. Just slightly veer off course so I can look at it. Because I know I've got some time, but I also know that I am on a
Yeah.
timer, basically.
As you approach it, one of the boulders suddenly seems to shift, and this massive toothed maw begins to spread. You see a small eye, completely opaque, no pupil, slowly rise up as along the upper edge of this maw. It's almost like the rocks are trembling. As it seems to be kind of tasting the air almost. Much like a shark's, it's like ampullae lorenzini. It reads electronic impulses. This one, unfortunately, I can't pull this with you because you're goddamn ungodly perception. As this large chitinous worm, get about 6 feet in diameter, so it slowly turns. For a moment, you think it's staring at you, until you hear a noise behind you. Turn to see a large centipede-like creature, probably a good 4 or 5 feet in length, multi-segmented, pulling out of a small crag, and this massive worm just diving for it. As it dives, it doesn't stop and pull back. It full bodies into it, and you see that the carapace around it actually seems to vibrate and shake. And as it hits, the wall liquefies. As it dives in, swirling around it, before, as the tail passes through, for a moment, fully like swirling around like ice cream, and it looks the same consistency, and then within seconds, just hardening back up.
Sonic control of rocks. Also giant centipedes.
Roll me a luck roll.
That's a 6.
6. Give me a d6 roll. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
5.
You will find another 3 of these carapace, and unlike the worm you saw earlier, which was mostly like large purple, just thick muscular hide, more like a graboid. The what?
You say the word purple?
The other one you so yeah.
You never said the color purple till now.
Sorry, I thought I said purple.
No, you said carapace, but okay.
A large like graboid like this. These are actual. Take the Pokemon Onyx.
Uh-huh.
That's essentially this like rugged boulder like carapace on this thing, and
So the worms have taken on some of the elements of what they've been devouring and working through.
yeah, it looks like. I mean, even like parts of their carapace, you see like different minerals and geodes kind of made into it.
Gonna mark foreseen, unknown elsewhere, just in case.
So.
And keep going on my way.
From that distance is probably about another mile or so, so it takes you another 40 minutes to walk. Roll me, is that right?
40 minutes to walk a mile?
I mean, it's a leisure. I mean, how briskly are you walking?
My personal normal pace, which I mean, you might say 20 minutes.
Okay.
Like, you gotta remember, I am a track runner.
That's right.
I was a 5 mile runner.
Tell you what, we'll split the difference. About half an hour.
Okay, I'll live with that.
No, half an hour to walk this mile.
He's just trying to burn my spell. Let's see what he's doing over there.
Roll me. Oh, crap, I'm trying to remember what the save is for this thing. This is going to be a Constitution saving throw. And thoroughness is not a concentration check, correct?
Nope, no
Okay.
concentration whatsoever.
Okay. Were you not bound to the ethereal plane? In the distance, you see a pale bluish green light. As you move out of this tunnel, you see 4 massive, like at least 15-foot diameter columns reaching straight up. In the center, in the lattice work of stone and metal, there is a large blue sphere that is just constantly vroom, vroom.
Sonic sphere.
And as you step out, were you not bound to the ethereal plane, you feel like you would have taken about 5d10 worth of thunder damage.
It would have hurt.
Yeah, from the sound of this just emanating outward.
Beware of sound sphere. Hurts even when you're not there.
You can feel your teeth like rattle. Yeah.
Don't like it. Alright, so I'm going to stay a little bit away from it and go.
It looks like as long as you stay outside of 30-foot radius, you're okay.
So I'm going to get about 35 feet and go up and try and do what would be the round to keep right at that 35 so I can still try and keep on track of where I'm
Gotcha.
shooting.
Okay. You see that these four columns, there is a large, these columns are like, 20, 30 feet apart. Like they ring the edge of that affected area. And this massive, circular stone is bigger than that. Like they're holding this thing up. As you pass up into the actual foundation of the city, it's not like, the stone is holding up the building. There is about a 20-foot gap of, fresher, as opposed to millennia, just a few centuries, kind of
Topsoil type stuff.
yeah, topsoil. There is a layer what looks to be like melted metal in a way to seal it, and then you actually reach the stone foundation of the building. So there's probably a good 50, 60 feet of detritus between the base or the top of the capstone and the basement of the building above it.
Okay. So marking that. So about 100 feet up.
And you ascend up into what can best be described as an abattoir. There is bloody, dripping meat hanging from everywhere, some of which ends in digited hands. You see piles of bones and skulls on the side. Some orcish as well.
They're running out of supplies. That is good to know. And that's going to go on the back of the map. Possibly running out of supplies. Converting to cannibalism.
Roll me
Write it on the map.
this will either be perception, medicine, or nature. Just let me know which skill you use.
Okay. I'm going to roll independent, because it's going to either be medicine or perception.
Okay, good.
But I'm going to roll and see, because there's a part of me that wants to make it a medicine, but if I have to, perception's going to be the end all be all skill. Yeah, it's going to be a medicine check.
Okay.
Because that's 27.
27. As you look around, you see canine, you see feline, you see rodent, you see horse, you see ox, Oriarch, the massive cow creature. There are all kinds of remains of various orcs. There's no dragonborn remains here.
Okay.
You hear, it's about this time you hear the door open. What language do you speak? Is Orcish among?
Nope.
Okay. So as the door opens, you
I
hear.
didn't think to do that before I left
The
either.
door opens, you hear from above, "Go to Rakshas, and this massive orc steps down. His forearms tattooed with that familiar, crimson red scarred scale pattern. He says he walks over and he calls back, "Corner!" You hear a voice, "Lukusra, eat the food. God, this that I miss. So he walks over to what looks to be a hanging horse carcass. So he grabs it, just lifts it up, slugs it over his shoulder, blood going everywhere. He goes, after all, yeah. He walks up the stairs for the door slamming back.
Guess I'm gonna follow the horse carcass and just see how this is going for the start, and then I will start my recon for if I can find where the prisoners are being kept.
Okay.
But you did mark where the arena is relatively on here too, because that's going to be kind of its first thought of where the prisoners are, if it's marked on the map at least.
What the X I have marked was where the giant bonfire was.
Okay.
And that's where I'm expecting them to be camped.
That would be my thought process.
There are marks when they're in Draconic for different things that aren't actually marked on that map specifically, but I don't know if you read Draconic.
Shit.
Because I read Draconic, so it was never a problem.
Yeah.
So as you ascend up through the floor, this was once a tavern. Now it's tavern-like, to the point where, like, you see, kegs have been slammed open, long since drained of ale. There's a body or two pinned to the wall. Again, various creatures. Looks like some poor orc was being used as a dartboard, but instead of darts, it was axes and javelins. The bloody carcass is like just slammed down onto a table that is so putrid at this point and ridden with blood that it's
No matter what you put on there, it immediately goes bad.
even in the ethereal plane, you may need to get a somnolent test. And they just descend upon it, like tearing bits and like you watch as one goes to grab a leg, gets backhanded across. It's just a literal feeding frenzy. You see the door kicked, slammed open, barely hanging on its hinges as more orcs rush in, just begin devouring. Again, no dragonborn in this area. And from the sounds of you hear above you in the upper parapets where the rooms would be, there are more orcs up there as well.
I'm gonna mark the tavern. Congregation for feeding. ... Disable Sonic or question mark? But that's written in
Yeah.
like thieves can't
Yeah.
mainly for
Yeah.
that one because that's meant for him. Because I know a plan he has.
So you are literally half an hour, maybe 45 minutes into your etherealness. Where would you go now, sir?
I'm heading towards where it's marked that the giant bonfire was,
Okay.
and kind of looking out for where the arena is. And as I'm walking, I'm seeing if there's like specific stations of larger groups.
Yes. The moment you step out, you see in the distance. I'm going to have to pull the map real quick. You see that large bonfire still blazing. The occasional straggler rushing toward this tavern area. As you move out, roll me a perception check.
Just making sure my number. 23.
23. Okay. At one point, this was probably a well-built town, an ancient city. It looks like it was literally carved from the very ground of the crater itself. Now there is so much which you hope to God is red and brown paint, just everywhere, that it's hard to tell.
I can't tell color.
You can't?
Everything is
Okay.
in grayscale for
So
me.
yeah, you just see like various.
Dark color shifts of dark to
Yeah.
light gray splotches, and just hoping it's not what I think it is.
And knowing it is.
Yeah, knowing it is.
As you step out to the sort of the southeast of you, is an open courtyard where that large cone-like building sits. You follow where I'm at so far?
You said southeast.
So you came in the which you came in which tone would you use again?
He said 7, which to me was the
It's
direct center bottom.
no. At the top, it's the one.
1 o'clock.
Oh,
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Okay.
Because there's
the
only
longer-
7,
the
and it
longer,
goes
yeah.
from 12
Gotcha.
reversed.
that
Yeah.
explains why that was such a
Okay,
long
so,
one.
yeah.
Okay.
So you see where that one comes out. You see how there's a little like empty.
Empty spot. Yeah,
Yeah.
there's an X marked on this one.
That's where that bonfire is.
Okay.
It is not far in front of that large cone-like structure that's kind of pushed up there, the taller building.
Mm-hmm.
That is the temple, the shrine, the sort of central place, and there are dozens of orcs milling about. A few of them eating on various parts of meat. You see that several banners bearing that sort of like blooded scale are hanging from there. There are countless smaller bonfires everywhere. To the north behind you, that there's a couple of buildings there kind of off to themselves. That would be where the arena pits are.
Okay. So the bonfire just seems kind of like a congregation area
Yes.
at best.
The largest one there are dozens of orcs there.
Yeah. I'm gonna mark that as congregation area and then turn and head towards the arena.
Okay.
Because I've talked enough with Grim about his past and know enough about these people from Rakara that I have a sneaking suspicion that
Okay.
this is where they are.
Actually, as you're walking through there, you actually pass by one of the holding pens.
Okay.
These pens are ancient. They are set into the ground. It's essentially large open air buildings, and you can see from marks that at one point these pens have been covered up. It's basically a hole about 12 feet deep, about 30 feet across. There are various like stone beds and such carved into it, and you look into one and you can see a congregation, a group of dragonborn. I believe this is the one that has 10 in it.
All right. And where on the map is that? That's
This will be between where you've popped out and heading up to the north part of those two, that clear area with the buildings on.
all right. So directly north.
A little bit to the north of you, yeah.
Okay.
As you watch, you see that there are 4 or 5 orcs kind of walking around the upper level, staring down. Some occasionally laughing, spitting, doing other things into the pit. These dragonborn are. So there are various like lines that run through this, and you see ancient chains that run up, but they're allowed these guides allow movement. Occasionally, dragonborn has to stop and jerk, and then the chain will readjust and move through.
Mm-hmm.
But that gives them movement across the entirety of this. As you're, you speak Draconic.
No.
You know some words.
I know common conversationalist Draconic.
That's probably as much as the orc speaking it knows.
Okay.
And most of what they are saying are slurs. Just berating these dragonborn, belittling them.
Scalies.
Yeah.
If I drop something on the ethereal plane, it stays there. It doesn't go back to my regular plane, does it?
How does it spell?
It doesn't specify one way or the other. Like, it was a weird thought, but it...
Roman Arcana check.
It's a 19.
If you took a moment and focused enough to maybe see if you can surge it out, like to remove the effect from the item, it would just take time.
Time is not something I have at the moment. But as he's walking, he's kind of tearing some of the corners and just writing. Would help is on the way in Draconic be considered conversational?
Help coming would be.
Okay, so it's going to be very poorly written Draconic,
Yeah.
but it's going to be like a couple scraps of paper that he's keeping with him that he can, if he has the time, he's going to try and drop on his way out. Even if it means he has to do something dumb.
Now, I want you to roll me a luck roll. I hope to the gods that you make this, because this gets interesting if you do.
Inspiration.
Yep. I still got 2 left.
You just got to beat a 10.
I know.
Oh,
That
no.
was a 9. That's why I was like, 18.
Okay.
I can live with that.
All right. Plus, this is the phone to make you use your inspirations.
I know.
As you're approaching the area where the fighting pits would be, you see the best term is an entourage of orcs. 8 in total. And in between them, again, your god of perception, in between them is a much smaller, I say much smaller. These orcs are a good 8-9 feet tall. This figure, 6.5 feet tall. You have seen one of these creatures before, one of this lineage. This is a deep orc. This is a male deep orc. As you're walking, you hear him in Orcish. There's a conversation. He is being led toward the pits. You watch as the first orc guy goes to grab the door to swing it open. The deep orc stops and looks at you, very clearly aware of your appearance there.
And me without my chains.
There's a brief moment of confusion, and then recognition. As he turns and just follows as one orc kind of pushes him and just turns and moves in with them.
Did I notice any distinctive markings on this one?
This will be an active perception check, please.
That's going to be a 27.
He wore a pair of calf-high leather boots with fur. His pants, while not like expensive, were pretty fine and made for cold weather. A simple fur-lined tunic, a brilliant blue cloak, held here with a very familiar symbol, clasp. One that you stared at, petrified, as a figure walked over to a crater and picked up a geode. He wore the mark of the Arcanist. No hood, very clearly a deep orc.
And at an instinct, he hits the ring, but it's not going to do anything. He goes, it's not.
They're not on the same plane, and you're over a mile away.
Yeah, that's the. They're not working together. And that's going to become a big note on the back. Arcanist not working with them. He's going to follow that because that's a curiosity. That is a very, especially since someone's been in his ear. Arcanist is involved. Arcanist is involved. Arcanist is involved. He's going to follow up on this.
Don't look at me.
So you follow the men. You step out into this massive arena, easily a football field in size. Stone risers around the outer edges. There is a place where you can tell where somebody of importance would have sat. This is now, there's like bones tied to it. There are banners. It has been very much given that orc aesthetic that you've seen.
Is there someone of importance sitting there currently?
The arena is currently empty, save for a few orcs guarding, and then the ones leading this deep orc in.
Again.
They lead him down a set of stone staircases through a few paths to a set of celled, like iron bar dungeons. One of them kind of turns to him, looks and says something in Orcish. All he does is just kind of raise his chin, stares, and replies. The Stornical orcs, the upper orcs, the Orcish they speak is the very familiar. This orc, the language he speaks, very similar. It's more of a Noroshkar, Inish Navronishkarisk. Almost like a form of Elvish or Undercommon, that sort of Underdark language.
It's not as harsh.
Not as harsh. And it's kind of a laughter as these orcs grab and shove him into the cell before slamming it, locking the bar back. This laughing as they all kind of walk out, talking amongst themselves. He gives them a few moments before, in perfect calm, I can see you, Dark Elf.
I know he can't hear me, so I just kind of give him a thumbs up, and then
By the way, his other thing was like leaned back against the wall, just like you could tell his fingers sitting here. He was counting before he that's enough he can see.
And then if he's looking at me, I give him a thumbs up, and then I point like where it would be on my shoulder, like
You see him look down. My master warned me about your group. I came here to finish an agreement, but these damn... I'm loath to call them orcs.
a try thing. Because thieves' cant can be done in a similar way to sign language, so it just kind of thought of was the agreement with the orcs, like that's the way he's going to try and sign it.
Sir, his class is Mastermind Rogue.
We can have a silent conversation.
You see as he looks over at you for a moment, an eyebrow raised. What was your question again?
It was your agreement with these orcs?
My master had contracted them to recover an artifact after first failing to retrieve one from another place.
If you want help, I need more information.
Persuasion.
Nope.
What you get?
If only you were a halfling.
It's a 1, and I'm not burning that last inspiration yet. We have a war to fight.
Cool. Players get the tie.
That's not a tie. A 1 for me is a 0.
It's still a 1.
So it is. That
Okay.
one is a failure. So in that case, re-roll.
It's a 10. Technically a 9.
9.
Well, wait. I forgot.
You got stuff.
I got proficiency in persuasion because of things. So that is a 14,
So
not a negative.
what would your 1 have been?
My 1 would have been a 5.
He only had a +3 charisma. However, just so I can let the record show, Mr. Finnegan, care to report what he rolled this time?
Okay, but if we're going back to the first roll, he won that one. Okay. He rolled another nat 1.
He rolled 2 nat 1s in a row.
Sweet.
So,
The dice were like,
he
no,
just kind of
we
looks
made a
at you.
statement.
Oh, very well. I don't suppose it could get much worse than this. He does this. You see, like he has no equipment. He has nothing. Like they basically have stripped him down to just what he is wearing. Plus, my master has made it clear that your group is not totally against what he is planning. You've made no true movement. You just sort of stumbled into idiocy. Very well, Dark Elf. What is your question?
What is he looking for? Question is, does he actually know?
He knows. The question is, what can he tell you? That's the
Yeah, those weird contracts.
yeah. Do you mean here, or what is my master's entire outcome, his entire end game?
I would not risk your life knowing your current situation. What is he looking for here? Because I assume with what I have dealt with him.
You were present when he acquired the geode.
Looking for the focus.
He seeks a similar item here. One that these orcs were supposed to have procured a long time ago. But let's just say their love of shiny things have led them to serve another master besides mine.
Second thing he's going to ask is because he has someone who's willing to give him information from something we don't know. Did your master take Ambassador Kirjan? And to where, if so?
My master was supposed to meet with him. Ambassador Karajan believed that he could get this item without having to upset the balance of Krilat. Unfortunately, the dear ambassador put his nose into a place where someone else had already occupied it. His entrapment and subsequent kidnapping was nothing but bad luck. My master actually has enjoyed working with Ambassador Karjan in the past. He and my master have a mutual understanding of things.
God damn it, Ricky. What do you think you wrote down?
I really couldn't guess.
Insight check. This guy has no reason to lie to me right now. That's why I'm more willing to listen to him and kind of take what he says at face value for the moment.
Here's the thing, I will let you on this. When you first met the Arcanist, one of your number had a chance to attack. And all of you said no. Do not, no. So there is an understanding that you are not fools.
Mm-hmm. I guess my next question is...
Remember, he said you have his interest. Don't ever get his attention.
Mm-hmm. My next question would be, do you know where all of the prisoners are kept?
They parade me around this damned city at least once a week. They are very proud of their pits.
I'm just going to kind of hold up the map I've been working with, because if he can see me, he can see it, so he could kind of like show me where, or tell me where to mark.
He looks around for a moment, reaches down, you hear a crunching noise. You see his hand twitch, and then looks like bone fragments pop into the map at various points. I'll give you those later. Yeah.
Mark those. And then, where is their leader right now?
He normally stays in the former temple, though about once a week he plops his orcish ass in that chair while his best fighters try to tear each other apart.
When would that next be?
Let's see here.
He said about once a week, so it would be consistent.
The last one was roughly 4 days ago. So the next 2 or 3 days, he'll call for what he calls his tests of proving.
Do you know anything about shipments coming out of this city? Or coming in?
There is a boat hidden in the docks. I brought it in to retrieve what we were promised, what my master was promised. Aside from that, the only other shipments I'm aware of are shipments of dragonborns leaving the city. Every so often, one or two are selected from the various pits and then are never seen again.
It has come to our attention that there may be a dragon under this city. Do they now work with it?
I am unaware of a dragon beneath the city. The Hornbreaker, as he calls himself, did allude to the fact he was working with some sort of draconic entity. Though from the hubris he exuded, I don't think it to be a true dragon. None that I know would have allowed that much blasphemy to stand.
Anything else you can share that would not endanger your life with your master? Again, I've dealt with someone who's dealt with 2 contracts. He knows they can be tricky.
I know that the binding of these ley lines and their reconfiguring has disrupted my master's plans and intentions. As such, he understands that the enemy of my enemy is not often my enemy. There is a chance he would be willing to work with someone should word be given to him.
He's going to take one of the extra daggers that he's had for a while, and he's going to take the time to form it into, like force it into the regular plane of existence, and then he's going to sign. I cannot guarantee you 3 days, but take that ship and leave, and we will see if an agreement can be made later.
The moment, like it's already you're basically using your power and will to force this thing through the planar binding. Mm-hmm. As you do that, you watch as it drops his hand. It just instantly disappears into his cloak. Very well, Dark Elf. This is more than what I need to get out of here. Whoever fights the leader, Hornbreaker, be wary. He controls a fully awakened remnant.
And he's going to sign back to him, worry not, he never stands alone. And he's going to turn and walk out on that.
All you hear is a click, sound of metal swinging, and you look back to an empty cell.
Mm-hmm. And now that he's gotten all the information in a much shorter amount of time, he's not even worried about trying to do the tunnels again. He is walking through the camp, he's oriented himself to what would be the fort, and he's just going to walk a straight line.
Roll me one more luck roll. And you really want to pass this one.
It's a 13.
13. Because orcs have shamans.
Mm-hmm.
And shamans often meditate and can see into the ethereal plane. But on that roll, there are none nearby.
And again, they could see me. They couldn't do much about it. And what would they know for a dark elf wandering through? That's why
I figure so.
Yeah, that's
so,
fair. That's fair.
All right.
You're BS.
With that, it will take you again moving
Hour and a
for
half.
about an hour and a half, 2 hours. Yeah. So, with that, we will cut back to.
Notes back. And your map.
I just
Just a
need to
couple of
do a
marked
few
spots.
things.
Okay, we'll cut back to you, Ricard.
When, as an aside, when I picked up the playlock, could I pick up some javelins?
Sure, that's easily done. Yeah,
Like
grab some javelins.
2 or 3, whatever. And then I want to find a secluded place somewhere and start casting Find Greater Speed.
Casting Find Greater Steep.
That'll be,
No problem.
that's it for me.
What do you summon?
Dragonel.
A dragon.
Or
Alright.
Flying
Yeah.
Dragonel.
You summon a flying dragon. Okay.
And if I can choose anything about it, since Ren is platinum, he's going to be crystal.
Okay. That's fair. I think we can work with that. No problem. You have a crystal dragon now. It's the size of a horse. Right. Finnegan. As you leave your meeting with Storm Commander Belrix, where are you heading?
To the
So you're going first to the archives, right? Right. As you step that way, stepping down, you see the familiar. Let me freaking find his name again. The familiar form of the Silver Dragonborn that acts as the archivist. You go.
Gave you a special book.
you know, just have it written somewhere. I don't know if I followed it.
You go.
Take this and throw it away.
He gives kind of a slight nod to you. As you walk among the stacks, eventually you do come across a young topaz dragonborn. Looks barely like he's barely an adult. He's got a piece of paper in his hands. He's looking up among some books. Goes back and reads the paper. Continues on. Completely engrossed in what he's doing.
Can I help you, sir?
Tysus,
I am Tysus, yes.
let's have a word, sir.
Of course, may I have your name first, sir?
Well, you can have it second since you already gave me yours. It's Finnegan.
Oh, Mr. Finnegan.
As he kind of like walks over, very skittish, like hand claws kind of back, clasping each other.
How may I help you?
I was wondering if you would like to exchange some spells.
I'd be more than willing. You're also a wizard, sir?
Oh, I am.
I'm afraid I don't have much in the way of spells that someone of that you would be interested in. But perhaps we can.
What was something I'm pulling him up here real quick?
Would you know the sending spell?
I do know scenting. Yes,
What's the most powerful spell that you know?
the most
that
powerful
for
spell
Thieves'
that
Hand?
I know.
Let's see here, one moment.
For the
I'm gonna actually send you like a Discord of what will be written, just
Okay.
so it's easier to.
I downloaded all of the Tome of the Vault, the Vault of Magic, but it's not going to open right. Stat. Okay.
Because I know Symbol of Ruin.
What level spell is that?
It's a third level enchantment.
Third level enchantment.
Yes. Casting time of 1 action, range of 90 feet. Components are verbal, semantic, and material. An onyx stake dipped in a drop of your own blood. Duration is concentration to 1 minute. You erect a magic symbol of doom and calamity at an unoccupied point you can see within range. The symbol evokes an aura of fear around it, challenging even the most stalwart and causing the weak to crumble. For the duration, a creature that starts its turn within 50 feet of the symbol must make a charisma saving throw. On a failed save, they become frightened for the duration. If they are already frightened, they suffer 2d8 psychic damage instead. A creature frightened by this spell that starts its turn outside the spell's area can repeat the saving throw against the spell to end its effect. Alternatively, if within the spell's area, an affected creature can use an action on its turn to repeat the saving throw, ending the effect with success. A creature which succeeds a saving throw against it becomes becoming frightened from this spell, or to end the basically becomes immune for the spell for 24 hours. At higher levels, when you cast the spell, the psychic damage increases by 1d8 for each spell slot above the third.
God damn. Okay. And you said he knows ascending spell?
I do know sending, yes.
Okay. So I will allow him to show me those two spells. And,
You show me yours, I'll show you mine.
yeah, and I will allow him to choose from
Your book.
any spell in my book.
What's the highest level this guy can cast?
Well, here's the thing. As you are looking through his book, you do see at the very back that he does have access to a 9th level spell.
Mm-hmm.
That spell being Gate.
Okay.
However, the handwriting is not the same as the rest of the spell book.
It's a hand-me-down book.
As he goes, this was my father's spell book. I'm not nearly anywhere powerful enough to cast that spell in the back, but it was one that he had learned and he passed on to me. You are more than welcome to learn it as well, Mr. Finnegan.
And who was your father?
My father, as the dungeon master, now has to make an entire backstory for this guy instead of the random butthole.
Well, today I just need a name. But yes, you will need some lore because I will be digging into this shit.
All right. My father's name was Turek. Turrek.
And do they have a last name? I'm assuming he's Topaz as well.
Yes, he was also a Topaz. Last name is Razra. Razra. Turek Razra.
Good name.
Mark it off the list. So he can gain a sending spell and symbol of ruin. It's ruined.
What level was sending?
Sending
I
is
found
third.
third.
Yeah.
Alright, so sending
How would you know that, Mr. Paladin?
symbol of ruin.
Yeah, no,
that
that's
is
your
not a
former
that is not a
sorcerer.
D&D. That is one of the homebrew from Kobold Press.
Okay.
I will send you the image for that.
Okay.
Not all sorcerers.
And then gate.
That's a cleric
Gate.
thing, right? That's a cleric.
I'll have to write that somewhere because I won't be able to put
Yeah,
it in.
until you get the.
Look at those chickens.
Cleric, Bard, Wizard,
But
Great
Darius
Old
Stacker.
One, and Peace Domain.
Wizard?
Okay.
Yeah, so is Bard.
Oh, bard can get any spell.
Alright, so, yeah, and then I will teach him a few spells out of my spell book.
Okay.
Shut up, Warlock.
Let me see. I will teach him, sure, why not? Teach him reverse gravity. It's a 7th level spell, but he will have it in his spell book as he gets older.
As he develops, or as this develops.
Let me see. One of my favorite spells. is
What is it?
Rolatham Psychic Lance.
That's it.
That is a 4th level spell, so he'll be able to use it a little bit sooner.
If he can't already.
He has 4 level spells.
Okay. And
As a gym,
does he know Fireball?
He does.
Okay.
What wizard doesn't know Fireball?
Look, he's
Fair.
even in the enchantment college, he still knows Fireball.
Alright, so I will teach him.
Most wizards I play don't know Fireball.
So he can learn 4th level spells?
Yes. He has access to 1 5th level slot.
Oh, okay. Let me take a look over there. I will teach him Wall of Force.
Oh yeah.
Actually, he has a wall force.
Okay, I was about to
then
say,
I will
if he
teach
wants a
him.
defensive support, that's one good one.
I will teach him Animate
He
Objects.
does not have that one.
Actually, no. I'll teach him Steel Wind Strike
Still one strike.
because that way he's got 1 concentration spell and 1 not concentration.
You get a sense all of his spells, with the exception of Gate,
truth.
they are mainly geared toward like building defenses and the fireball artillery strike.
Yep.
Yes, you can.
Okay, cool.
All right. You can, thank you. This will help me immensely, Mr. Finnegan. Perhaps we can compare notes some other time as well.
Of course we can. I
Thank
have a
you.
feeling that you'll be filling that spell book in no time.
Yes, thank you. A pleasure. He kind of turns like, shh.
Warm
He
his
just
head up.
kind of just like toddles off very happily. So, with 5 minutes left, we cut now to Rakara. As you finish summoning this crystal-scaled Dragonel, a little bit more. They're about the same ones as the ones that you were loaned to ride, but now have this time the wings. It kind of gently, scrapes at the ground. This kind of a light rumbling noise as it just kind of stares there, looking at you. These brilliant eyes.
Just kind of gently. And just. It can communicate with you, right? Or something
Yes,
like
yeah,
that?
it can communicate.
I'll ask if it has a name.
It looks at you, and just you get a less of a voice, more of an intent that it was a creature summoned, and it has no name. You give it life and meaning. So.
Oh, okay. I'm terrible at names, so I'll think of something later. I have a lot on my mind, and thinking on the coming battle and everything that's happened, that's gonna happen, thinking about just all that, I will reach in my bag, pull out the sleeve.
So you move off to yourself. All this thinking. You look up to.
I meant to do that too. Look up to the heavens.
Look up to the heavens. The coming snowstorm in the north. The day now progressing truly into night as when the elves arrive. You're soon due for a long rest. You see ahead of that blizzard, the clouds have been pushed back. It's a clear, starry night, and the moon, the winter moon shining. As I go and get something.
I already drew the card and you marked it down.
Okay, which one was it?
I had no
No,
idea.
you never showed him.
Does this okay?
Unless you want to draw again.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't remember,
Okay.
remember where I put that one. Yes, I do apologize. All right, so
You've changed cards a couple
I've
times.
changed decks and I've actually redone these. So which one? Let's see here.
I've already drawn the sun card.
So yeah, whatever the level up card is.
So you've drawn the sun. All right. Go ahead and get.
Go ahead and move out of the way.
What's this pulling out?
Go ahead.
The other half, the evil half of the deck of many things.
Yeah, I do away with those. So you're not. There's nothing that can just outright kill you.
That's lovely.
Unless you're Montel, then all of a sudden the void, the dungeon, all those fun ones are back in there.
Deck of many things.
You
All right.
say that as the void. I wouldn't banish
Okay,
myself.
Rikara.
Your soul is gone. There is no banishing
Take your
yourself
pick.
back.
Just pick one. Don't look at it. Just let me see it.
Yeah, look
I
at-
banished my soul to the correct plane I should have gone to when I died the first time.
Okay. All
How
right.
it works.
And you.
What? No!
Rakara. Show 'em.
What?
Is this the one we were discussing?
Death. What does that mean?
Oh.
Is
From
that.
the shadows, from your shadow, arises a figure clad in a hooded robe, a silver scythe in its hand, as death bows to you. Roll for initiative.
It's like 10 o'clock.
I know, we're going
No,
to get to
no.
it next time.
That's the thing.
Okay.
You drew the death card. You fight death. Oh God.
You alone must battle an avatar of death. If you prevail, the next time you would die, death passes you by.
All right.
So, with the drawing of the death card,
And me nowhere around.
nowhere around. Oh no! You will feel this. Montel will feel the fact that an avatar of the primordial aspect of death has been summoned onto this plane.
That means I'm gonna have to start booking it.
And you're gonna think for a minute that it's me.
No. 'cause
By
I
the
know-
way,
I know now you're not. coming.
that is a one-time draw card, so you can no longer get the death card card.
Oh, goody.
The realist answer, I'm like, what the fuck did someone do?
It's not me. It's not me.
For once, it's
So-
not me.
With that, we will pick up next time with combat. As Ricaro will be facing off against an avatar of death.
See, the realist thing is, I don't think you're gonna make it back in time to really
So,
help
by the
him.
way, how that reads is in game mechanics, when you would fail your final death save, instead you auto succeed back to 1.
Nice.
It's a nat 20.
It's a nat 20. So yeah, with that, I cannot wait for next week because then we get to see Riccara fight death. Oh
As
no!
a paladin.
Oh no! Death has claimed you once before.
No, he
that
hasn't,
was-
because this is a new person.
So yeah, that's I know, but
It's a whole
it's gonna be weird.
confusion.
It's gonna be weird. I'm low. So yeah, thank you guys so very much for joining us on Twitch and YouTube. If you haven't, please like, subscribe to me, hit the notification button.
Here's the
realist
thing.
Really helps out a lot.
This is going to happen.
See y'all next week. Please check my Discord, my TikTok, my link tree has all the links to my stuff in it. So yeah, of course, see you guys on Twitch and YouTube next Sunday, 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. See you guys then.